I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, was that a triple collapse? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Somebody this happened to me. Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Anything. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
It was supposed to be a secret. No one saw anything. What's up, guys? Wait, let me put music. Let me put music. Music. Okay. Oh, feels better, man, with music. Why was Badumts played? Okay, what's up? What's up, Doctor? What's up, Mac? What's up, Shisho? What's up, Angel? What's up, Deluxe? Or I should say, Ayo. What is up? Did I miss anyone? I don't think I missed anyone, right? What's up? You have no school because it was storm. Hell yeah. I mean, I hope everyone's safe, but... yeah, you could request a song. Of course. Nice Naruto! Thank you. Call me Deluxe if you want. Yeah, I got used to Deluxe, you know? Ugh. How you doing, bro? Hopefully, you're able to help out your friends and stuff. Whatever works. Alright. Today, we're doing a tier list. Yay! Wow. Oh, also, Mac. Good luck on your test. But today, we're doing... oh, an Angel. I forgot Angel. What's up, Angel? My bad. Sometimes I scroll up to see if I miss any messages. And I just did. Okay, I didn't. You have no friends? Oh. Except here. It is what it is. Hey, that's a great song, Crossing Field. It's a hentai go for me to make me happy, so I can't stop using my hand. Well, enjoy watching the hentai girl, I guess. So today's... thing. Can you guys guess what the tier list is going to be on? Yesterday we did best something. We did best food? I don't know. We did something. Today we're doing something different. We're not doing gorilla though. We are doing best fruits. Yeah. I was going to do like best school subjects, but then I'm like, nah, I don't feel like doing that. And fruits are close to food, so we'll do best fruits. Worst taking a tier list. That'll be the last tier list I ever do. It's just a culmination of all my tier lists. School has been more stressful. Just remember, one day you'll be done with school and life will continue. Then you'll be stressed with something else. So you might as well just try to go with the flow. Tomato gang. Ooh. Yeah. Wait, let me do that YouTube intro. What's up, guys? Today we're doing a tier list on the best fruits ever. Fruits that I'd eat any day. Fruits that taste awesome. Fruits that are average. Fruits that taste meh. And fruits that are just disgusting. Just a note, tomatoes are not here. And if you want to argue with me, then that's fair. But first, look at this website, okay? Halfyourplate.canada, okay? Look at this website. On this website, there's no tomato, okay? There's no tomato, so there's no tomato. I think tomato is a fruit, but that's how it is, okay? I'm sorry. All right, let's get started. I know tomato is a fruit, bro. I know it is. Canada, I know, right? You're not from Canada. What do you care, Shisho? I'm fat, so I don't know any fruit. Well, here's a good time to find out what fruits are. Apple's top tier. Maybe. Nathan, what's up? Yeah, I live in USA, true. Maple syrup. Okay. First fruit. Apple. Okay, apples, they're just apples, okay? But I love apples. Listen, I'm going to be honest. I would probably not eat any fruit any day. But, and that's a but with two T's, I would eat some fruits. Because I would eat some fruits, I'm going to put apple pretty high up there, okay? Apples taste awesome. That's just the truth. They taste awesome. Now, would I eat them any day? No, I wouldn't. Have I been eating them lately? Yes, I have. So that's good. Next, fruit. Yes. Deluxe and what? Shisho average? Apples are top tier, bro. Next are apricots. I'm gonna be honest. I don't really eat apricots. I'm gonna put them to taste meh. They're just meh. Okay? Mango, I don't think is on the list because I don't even remember how mango tastes, but it might be on the list. I'll tell you that much. You guys are gonna hate me on my tier list, okay? I'm already telling you that, okay? I already know. Next, avocado. Avocados suck. They suck. When I was in kindergarten, the teacher made me eat avocados, and I threw it up in the garbage can. Then I tried them again when I was older, and they still sucked. So, they're disgusting. Easy peasy. Next fruit. Since when is Canada the fruit fascist, the citrus commander, the sour apple sheriff? You spelled sheriff wrong, you loser. Come on, doctor. I'm the only loser here. I'm not liking this one? Oh, God. I told you guys are not going to like this tier list. If you punch me, I'm not going to meet up with you, Nathan. I don't want to get punched. Next, banana. Banana. Bananas are good. Bananas are good. All right, bananas I'll put them here. They taste pretty awesome. Bananas are good. It's not a childhood trauma tier. Okay, but I've eaten avocados recently, and I think they're disgusting too, okay? Only good in guac? Nah, guac is nasty too, okay? Stick the banana in the hole. What? You put my favorite fruit in disgusting? Well, I'm sorry. You're going to see some more in disgusting, okay? Blackberries. I'm not going to lie. I don't even remember what blackberries are. They're berries that are black. I don't know why I said it like that. Blackberry. We got the phone. What do they taste like? I don't really remember. I honestly don't remember. Because I don't remember, I'll give you guys a freebie and I'll say average. Okay? Because I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Someone is the lexicon leader, the punctuation president, the spelling superhero. Thanks. This is kind of course this is biased. What do you mean? How can you have a tier list that's not biased? See ya, chat. And you too. See ya. Have a nice day. Oh my god. Every time I do a tier list, it's just gonna be like, who's gonna make my IQ the lowest? Is that what the game is? Thank you. Deluxe, but it's IQ, not IP. This does sound like an Isekai song. Blueberries. Blueberries, you get the soggy blueberries, they're not that good. Okay, you get the blueberries that are they're soft and they're soggy. You don't want that. Not sucky, because you suck on all blueberries, so maybe you don't, but they're soggy, right? Blueberries that aren't soggy, that are hard and firm and plump, you know, the plump ones, I would put them pretty high. So I'd put blueberries at like taste awesome behind bananas. I want more light on my beautiful face. Beautiful, subjective. Okay. Next. These fruits suck so much that the picture isn't even full. Cherries are disgusting, okay? Cherries are disgusting. Changed my mind. Yes, IQ plus. Let's go. Osu vibes. Apples are mad good, doctor. What do you mean, why are they so high? Oh my god. Okay. The song is really, really loud. Oh, that's a better volume, yeah? Okay, things will be normal now. Oh, now they will. Tokyo Revengers. Let's go! One of the best animes of recent time. Nathan, I just don't like avocado. The texture is nasty, okay? The texture in avocado is nasty. It's slimy. I don't want to eat slimy food, okay? This is subjective. The next one is tangerines / clementines, okay? Tangerines and clementines, they're like the same thing. They're under the same family, so this is just going to be the same thing. They're actually pretty awesome, okay? They're pretty awesome. Maybe better than banana. Pretty awesome fruit, okay? You got a baby. You basically have a baby orange. A baby freaking orange. How could you argue with that? Okay, next. Could live on the east and gets imports. Shut up. Who cares about the Cali kid? Doctor, you're not a Cali kid. Why do you care about the Cali kid? We get the imported goods are better. Believe me, they're better. Okay, next. I actually don't remember what this is, which is what this is for. Cranberries. I've never really eaten cranberries, so I'm going to put cranberries at average. Now, before you say, wait, you don't really eat them, I drink cranberry juice, so I know what I'm talking about. Okay? I get all from my backyards. That's why he puts apples there. Yeah, I get it from my backyard. Apples. No? What? I get it from my mom. You know, NYC kids are worse than Cali kids. What? Cali kids are so much worse. Are you kidding me? NYC kids are so cool. California kids are worser. Okay. New York wins in almost every way. Okay. Next, durian, whatever the hell this disgusting fruit is called.
She said I look like a cookie.
It's nasty.
Then he hit me with a cooking knife, so I went on
nice,
with my
Angel.
normal life.
Nice.
Basketball.
It's good that I could barely hear the TTS.
Basketball.
Savannah kids are elite from a Savannah kid.
Basketball.
You know what's cool? You know what I could do when someone TTS's?
Basketball.
I could do skip
basketball.
TTS. Watch. Oh, it finished! Yay! No more basketballs. Let's go. No, I have bad taste, but I'm not the average typical New Yorker. Okay. Believe me, you got bars? Maybe a little bit, yeah. I love this frickin' song. Does the existence of cranberries suggest the existence of unburied cranberries? That is to so is there cran? And if so, what is cran? And why are kids allowed to color with them? Kids are allowed to color with cran because cran is the opposite of an. And an is a word that is used to describe objects. So if you think of a pen, you don't say an a pen, you say a pen. But if you think of an orange, you say an orange. So therefore, coloring with crayons is okay. I'm an English teacher. Next, durian is trash. It's just disgusting, okay? This is disgusting. It's the worst of the worst. It's actually the worst disgusting, okay? If you guys don't know what this disgusting fruit is, you don't want to know. When I was in Japan story. When I was in Japan, someone brought durian or whatever the hell is you pronounce it, chocolates, and they smelt disgusting and they tasted disgusting. But I still ate them because I was a nice guy. It was even a joke in the office, like, who's going to eat the chocolate? Are we going to have to throw it out? And I would eat it, and everyone would laugh. And they were laughing with me, not at me. Okay, the next fruit. I don't like shit, that's true. Crayon, yes. I know you were talking about a crayon. But come on, how many people like Duran, whatever. Okay, Duran's good band though. Next fruit, I forgot what it's called. Oh yeah, grapefruit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really remember eating grapefruits. So I'm gonna be nice and put it on average. But really, it probably tastes meh. Okay? Cran also doubles as a quick snack. True. It's great? Nah, I don't remember it being great. Which means it's definitely not awesome. Next is grapes. Okay, you guys might be surprised, but I actually really like green grapes. I think they taste pretty awesome.
may be better than apples. Okay, if you get the right ones, they taste great. There's nothing else to say about that. Next freaking fruit, baby. We got kiwi fruits. I'm gonna be honest, not a big fan. They taste meh. They're just too sweet. Like, you have candy that's too sweet, you have fruits that are too sweet. I don't care that it's natural, it's too sweet. I don't want my food to be sweet. I'm a picky eater. I'm a picky person, but let's be honest, if I had to eat kiwi or else I would die, I would eat it. Tastes like shit? Oh. Well, then shit doesn't taste that bad, I guess. Next are lemons. Except this lemon is cut off a bit. Lemons are so freaking sour, but, and again, but with 2 T's, lemons are good for you. Not only are lemons good for you, but when I get sick, I put lemon in my tea and I feel better. And you know what? They don't taste bad. I'm going to have to put lemons that taste awesome. Maybe not, but they're pretty awesome. I'm going to put them there for now. My back was so sore that it was hard to walk. I fell 3 times today. See, I don't know if I believe you or not. The next fruit, I forgot the name. What is this next fruit? What is this? What the hell is this? Oh, mango is here. Yeah, I don't really like mangoes. I think mangoes are kind of... They just don't taste good. I mean, they're mangoes. Look at that mango. Like, look at that mango. Or you know what? You don't need to look at the mango. Next fruit. I feel the yeah, I know you're gonna say something like that. Next fruit, guys, is a doozy, as the kids say. It's a freaking olive. Apparently, an olive is a fruit. I didn't know that, but it's an olive. Olives, they're just disgusting. They're one of the most disgusting fruits ever. They look disgusting. They look like if my poop came out green instead of brown, which happens sometimes. They don't taste good. Olives, like, they sound good, taste disgusting. You used the wrong your. Bro, they told me olives... Okay, for those of you that say olives are not... I agree, olives shouldn't be fruits. But look, it says olives. What do you want from it? It says olives that are firm. What? What? It says fruit. It says fruit. I trust the Canadians. I shouldn't. But for some reason I am. It's so hard to be a streamer. Is that a turkey? What the hell? I've never seen that emote. Yo, guys, I got a poo-poo. Alright, next. We got oranges. Oranges are worse mandarins. Fight me. They're basically worse mandarins. Like, look at it. It's like a bigger product, but worse. They got seeds. Mandarins, a lot of times they take out the seeds. I don't know what they do, but they taste better. They're just, you know, they're worse. They're worse. They're just worse mandarins. Now, how good are they? Maybe average. I'll put them at average. I'd put them at average. As you could probably tell by now, nothing is I'd eat any day. I think that's pretty typical for an American. Next, fruit. Mandarins are so good, especially because they're better than Cantonese. You get it? You guys get the joke? It was a Chinese joke. Anyway, next are peaches. Peaches are disgusting, but not really. They just taste meh. Okay? Maybe one of the better meh tasting products. Easy. Bruh. I don't know pronunciation, bro. Bruh. This list is going fast. It's so easy to rank fruits because fruits suck. Okay? Next, we got pears. Not gonna lie. I don't really remember how they taste. I think they were kind of average. I'm sorry. I'm not really sorry. Next, we got pomegranate. Now, there's something called nasharab. I have no idea what it is in English. I guess it's nasharab. It's a pomegranate molasses. It's pomegranate, like liquidy, like hot sauce, but not hot sauce type of thing. Okay, it's a Persian seasoning. Okay, I put this in my soup. It's a thing that Persians do. I'm kind of Persian. This stuff tastes. It tastes really good. Okay. That being said, actual pomegranate seeds, not that good. Okay? They're not that good. They feel... They get in between your teeth. They get all stuck in between your teeth. You gotta, like, take it out. And they're just... They're balls. They're little balls. They should taste not as bally. I don't know. They taste weird. Because of that, this is where I'm going to put them.
Mussels.
Average, because they're actually not that bad. Okay. Let's go, mussels, baby. Let's go. This is what going to the gym gets you, by the way. Lick my balls. No thanks. Oh, I thought I was going to do a huge burp, but it was a tiny, almost silent burp. You're the first person to put that together. 3 ahead. I love it. Okay. Some of you might be asking, why the hell would you put purple grapes here, right? The reason is because purple and green The reason is because purple and green grapes are totally different. Okay? And purple grapes, baby, I would eat any freaking day. That's right. I'd eat them any day. Actual amazing food. Aren't you guys proud of me? Aren't you guys proud of me? They're really good. Oh, and I forgot to do this. Let's go. I'm not asking you anything anymore. Nothing makes sense anymore. What? Do you guys not like purple grapes? Purple grapes are so good. And wine tastes good. Exactly, Shisho. That's why I would eat it any day. Now, we're not going to be controversial anymore that much. This might have been an alphabetical order list. But the next 3 fruits, I actually enjoy. Let's start with the first one. Berries. Raspberries. Actually taste awesome. Maybe I'll put them somewhere like here. Okay, it's hard to rank the taste awesome because they're all awesome. But next are strawberries. You do like grapes? Hell yeah. Go stream, Nathan. Do it. Strawberries are actually amazing, but they're too sweet. Why, God? Why did you make every single fruit to exist sweet? Like, they're all freaking sweet. I'm not even joking. They're all sweet. Or sour, like a lemon. Strawberries are really good, but, like, you stuff 2 of them in your mouth, and your face just makes things. So we're gonna have to put it in... What the hell? We're gonna have to put it in... Taste awesome. They're still pretty good. It's hard to rank. I'll put them like there. I really like apples. Are strawberries not sweet? Sour? They have some sort of taste. I don't know the word, but it's a sort of taste. Rank continents? Ranking countries might be interesting, actually, or continents or something. That's so random, but I'll put it on. I'll think about that. Sure. I might get canceled though, but I'll think about it. Shisho. That sounds fun. The last fruit, watermelon. What will watermelons be? The moment of truth. The moment that you were all waiting for. I'd eat watermelon any day, baby. Any day. Watermelon is the best fruit of this list. Change my mind. Change it. Watermelon are awesome. And there you have it. The best fruits tiered up. I'd eat watermelon any day. Grapes. Purple grapes. And the rest is history. Let me know what you think in the comments below. If you disagree, if you agree. And I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye. And that's the YouTube video. But seriously, guys, that is my ranking. Aguante la Santia Guacho. I agree. Video games. Ranking video games. Yeah, I have that on my list to do in the future. Yeah. I agree with this time. Let's go. How did cherries hit the bottom? Cherries are nasty. I don't know. Cherries don't taste good, bro. They're just like... I don't like them. I don't like them. Okay. We're going to try something we tried yesterday. I literally tested it on my alt account. Okay. I tried streaming Pokemon on my alt account. And it worked perfectly. Okay. If it doesn't work now, I'm just gonna cry, which is fine because you guys like seeing me cry, right? But we're gonna try this out, okay? Paradise. Okay. See my soft look in your eyes. There we go. You just hit 2 correct answers. Oh, there was only 2 things you agreed with there? Really? What'd you guys think was the craziest thing there? I want to know. What's the craziest ranking you think I had there? Like where you thought, oh my god, this guy is retarded. Well, you guys already think that, but you know what I mean. Alright, let's see if this works. Is it gonna work? Oh! No way. Guys? It's working! Yes! Jesus! We can actually do it. Okay. Let's do this. You thought, yeah, avocado because it's your favorite. That's fair enough. Apples because they're so common. But they taste so good. That's why they're common, maybe. My bed is made of apples. What? Spanish run? Espanol. Alright, that's it for the Spanish run. I can't do anything else there. But it was really weird how it wasn't working yesterday. Hopefully it works now. Alright, let me change the title of the stream. What is it? It's a Nuzlocke now. We're doing a Pokemon Ice. Only Ice Pokemon, okay? Mono Challenge, as the kids say. We're just gonna change some stuff here. Give me the night. Don't give me the night. Give me your mom. Okay. We're ready, baby. Let's get this road started. Let's get this on the road. Let's get this started. I don't know. You have the most shit internet right now? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, even though I don't have control over it. Okay, let's start the frickin' game.
Hello there.
Welcome, Streamlabs and Stream Elements. Welcome. I love this song. Yeah, the rules are basically only ice Pokemon can be used. A dual type is fine, so if it's an ice water type, it's fine. Level caps are based off the gym leader's highest level Pokemon, because this is a hardcore randomizer. Nuzlocke. Set mode, so it can't switch Pokemon every time. No items in battle. If a Pokemon faints, it must be released. If your party dies, you must reset. If you forget to nickname a Pokemon, you must release that Pokemon. And duplicates, or, you know, duplicates of the same evolution line, so like Pikachu or Raichu, cannot be caught. You can't have duplicate Pokemon. Every Pokemon is randomized is the last thing. And that is what it is. Nice emotes. Thanks, Nathan. I've always wanted that. What's up, Mudge? You called earlier today? My bad for missing it. What's up? Spam. Nice. Hey, you passed all your tests. Let's go. Wait, where's the... Are you coming home earlier this year? This month? Hell yeah, bro. Good shit. Mujtaba is an IRL friend. And he just passed his tests in collage. Seems interesting? Yeah, I hope it is interesting. The biggest thing is probably gonna be trying to get a starter that's actually... Nice emote use. Getting a starter that's actually an ice Pokemon. I'm coming for a day on Sunday. So on Sunday, maybe we chill a bit, yeah? Wait, are you gonna chill with us, or it's just family? Paimon! Alright, play Pokemon Y in English, I guess. For all you plebs that don't speak Japanese. Why do we exist? The background animation's a bit laggy, but isn't that noticeable, guys? Yeah, that randomizer's already here. I literally made 50 files of randomized, like, Pokemon. Just for today. It might be more or less. Maybe. Might be exhausted from traveling. That's fair. Isn't it fun to see all the emotes jump around? Play it in Spanish? I can't do that, bro. I'm too dumb for that. Let's see if it's randomized. It is! It's a Wigglytuff. It's almost as big as the professor. Jesus. These mysterious creatures. Oh, some run across the plains. Others. Oh, he's so hot. Look at him. What a good looking guy. Anyway, we're gonna go with boy. Boy? We'll go with boy here. Nathan, I'm not gonna play it in Spanish. It's gonna go on YouTube too. But that would be a good idea for the future to practice Spanish. Why boy? Because I know more boys watch YouTube, so I think it's smarter to pick the boy, even though, you know, I don't know, you know. So they have white, and then they have white, and then they have me. So we're gonna go with me. What's my name? We're gonna go with Angel. No, I'm joking. We're gonna go... We're gonna go with Pong over here. It's actually super hard to see this. My name is Pong. I like Pong more than Pink. It's like, it just sounds so cool. My IQ keeps going down because everyone keeps... Well, I keep doing tier lists and it keeps going down from that. Like that. Yes, my name is Pong. Let's go. By the way, guys, is the background annoying? Like the ice that is moving? Or is it like, okay? I'd like to know if possible. It's okay? Okay, cool. PP is sexiest. Thank you. I feel like I'm sexiest too. Yeah, I actually do think I remember what you look like. Like, I'm almost 100% sure I have a picture of how you look like in my head. Because you actually send me a picture on Discord of how you look like. Your name is L.A.T. True. That is true information. Spelled a bit different, but... Alright, let's see what we got here. Wait, apparently we have drawers we don't have access to. That's cool. We look pretty hot. That's pretty cool too. Wait, why does it? No. Oh my god, the green screen's messing up. There we go. I fixed it. I fixed it again. Yep. You see, I do remember. I remember stuff about you guys. Sometimes. Why do I feel like I've heard this song before? Okay. Let's look in the mirror and become sexy. Hey, look at that. I changed out of my pajamas, baby. Okay. Look at that, we're running. We're so fast. Wait, can we take anything from our PC? Oh, we can't. That's dumb. I'm just gonna explore for the first run of it. Ooh! I could sit on my bed, but I can't sleep in it. That's cool, I guess. And there's a Wii U, which literally died, because no one cares about Wii U. I'm not short. Hey, that's my mama. My mamacita, as they say in Spanish. Morning Pong. You sure slept well. How do you know that? Maybe I have depression. Mother's so dumb. All right, let's check out the house. That's cool, Angel. Information I always wanted to know. Damn, mom is in the kitchen cooking where she should be. Just kidding. She has some. She has a pot. She has dishes. She's making dinner. See, we got a tree. Ooh. Okay, we turned on TV for 5 seconds. Oh my god, mom has a bed. I completely forgot about that. Can we just get some claps in chat for that? I can't believe mom has a bed for the first time in Pokemon history. Alright, let's head outside. I think this might have been the first game where they introduced a bed for mom. Maybe I want to call my mom Mamacita. Maybe I am from Alabama. Ooh, 2 girls are at my front door. And it's really dark outside. Welcome to Vanilla Town. I'm your neighbor. Wait, what? I just moved in. And they're talking to me like we're best friends. Get out of my face. That was weird. That was very weird. I will never Angel. I don't even take pee-pee pics, okay? Gru. Do I have access? I don't need to check everything out, but for the first run, I want to get a refresher of this game. I haven't played this game in so long. Like, who is this? You must be the new young man. We have a daughter who is just about the same age. I hope you two become good friends. Ooh! We'll become more than friends. What's the point of this chair? This is like the most depressing kitchen I've ever seen. Except my kitchen in Japan. That was pretty bad. And you have 3 pillows on your bed. Okay. And a smaller TV. Wow. Her house sucks. My house is better. Alright, let's move on. Thanks for the hydrate. Because they all have 10 years. Friendly childs. Yeah, they're all 10-year-olds, right? You know what's weird? How this AI keeps walking. Like, who walks like that? Why is she doing this? Like, look at that. Oh, it looks so weird. Okay, anyway, we're just gonna ignore it. Let's talk to her. She's useless. Guys, you ever gotta really poop, but you hold it in? Yeah, me neither. Let's see if we have anything there. I printed out a whole list of every single Pokemon that you're able to catch, by the way. There are 26 ice Pokemon of different evolution lines and 41 in total. So, like, 26 different, meaning that Spheal, Celio, and Walrein count as one. But 41 different Pokemon that are ice Pokemon in all of Pokemon. Alright? It's the least amount of Pokemon in any Pokemon game. And in Pokemon Y, it's only 1st to 6th gen, obviously. So there's 19 Pokemon with 33 different evolution lines. So we have 33 out of whatever 100 Pokemon are available in this game to get an ice Pokemon as our starter. Yes. What the heck? Whose house is this? What the hell is this kid doing? This kid is like has ADHD. It's okay, kid. There's nothing wrong with that. My boy's absolutely enamored with that rhino your mother brought with her. Oh, my mother is a trainer? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Ugh, I can't sleep in his bed. It's kind of disappointing. So it seems like my mom's the only one who has a bed. All these people are plebs. They sleep with their children, which is fine, I guess. That's the whole town. That's kind of weird. It's just 3 houses. 3 expensive houses. Good luck with that. Wait, good luck with what? I said so much, I don't even know. Oh, with the getting an ice Pokemon as a starter? Yeah. It's gonna be hard. The song's from Persona, right? It sounds good. Or is it? Everyone, this is Pong. This is Tierno. This is Trevor. Nice to meet you. He's an anime guy that's like typical dumb but nice guy. Can I call you P-Maester? He's a little P for sure. I'm not a rapper. What the hell is this? You want me to nickname someone I just met? The only normal person here. What should they call me? Call me P. Diddy. P. Diddy, baby. You want us to call you P. Diddy? Hell yeah, I need to call me P. Diddy. P. Diddy fits you perfectly. That's what I'm saying. Anyway. Do you ever feel like nobody likes you and they're just pretending? Well, I just want to feel the love of someone, but nobody likes me, but it's just life. I'm sure people love you, bro. I'm sure family members love you. It's... Life moves on. There's 7 billion people in the world. There will be people who love you. I can assure you of that. I didn't say I have a big pee-pee. I have average pee-pee, okay? Can we see the Pokemon? I want to meet my new partner. I would be so nervous if I was a kid here with like 2 girls and whatever. Oh, God. Well, Run 1 is done. None of them are ice Pokemon. Unless I'm... Why you said wait? None of them are ice Pokemon. I don't think so. Your nickname is Big Peepee? I'll take it. Yeah, none of them are. The really annoying thing is that every time I want to do this... To put a new run, it's like so much work. I don't know. That's probably why people don't stream this. Or maybe some people do. I don't know how they do it. I have to watch like Small Ant or something. Watch Small Ant for restarts info. Because Jesus Christ. To restart, I have to go to like a file on my computer. Which I'm going to keep open now so I don't forget to restart later. But I have to go to a file on my computer. And like... I have to basically copy 2 files. It's so weird. And then like open Citra folder. Like exit the Citra, exit the application. Okay? It's so dumb. And then go to I'm going to open them now so it'll be easier to do in the future, but go to the game again. I mean I like this song. Go to the application and then open the mods location where you add the randomizer. Delete the previous randomizer and put the next randomizer in. And then I could play again. Isn't that crazy? But the good thing is I don't need to put it back on OBS. It just automatically comes back up. No, I didn't randomize to a randomized starter. I thought that would be cheating. Should I have done that? Alolan Hoot. I don't even... Well, this is up to Gen 6, so... You know, no Alolan Hoot. It's not? It kind of feels like cheating, though, no? Do you want me to randomize it? But then I have to change 50 files. Because you just hit the randomize button until you see the first ice Pokemon. What's up, Michelle? Long time no see. What's up, Emma? Me, Lemma. Listen, we've been doing tier lists every day at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I changed it up a bit here. Yesterday we did best snacks. Today we did best fruits. And I want to do it like as a daily thing. We might do reacting to videos too. So that's going to start every stream and then we go into Pokemon. And I'm going to put them on a separate YouTube channel next, starting January 1st, most likely. Insider information, I just told everyone. You just hit the randomize button until you see the first ice Pokemon? Wait, are you saying I could just stay there and just keep replacing the Was that a shiny? What the hell? I could keep pressing the randomize button like on that scene? Tier lists can get heated so quick. Yeah, 100%. They literally, everyone disagrees with me with every tier list I do. It's like my 4th tier list I've ever done streaming. And everyone just hates on me. I guess I'm a boy. Let's go with Pong. How are you doing though? How's life? My typical question. Oh, I could press enter for that. You can do it on stream so we all see that you're legit. Yeah. Maybe I'll watch your VODs and respond with People Riot. Yeah, you could do that. Or you could watch... I'm going to make videos out of it. So you could watch the... You can watch the YouTube videos when they come out and respond with People Riot in the comments. That might be better because that's going to be edited. And I won't have a billion ads like Twitch VODs do. Even the VODs have ads. Just randomize until one starter is ice. The thing is I have to make randomized files. So I don't know what's in that randomized file. So I made 50 different randomized files for today. If I could change out those randomized files mid-game to see what's there, then that works, but I don't know if I could do that. Oh my god. Surety looked. Yes, Cheetos are disgusting. That was yesterday's. Can you see what are the starters? No. I could randomize it so that I could randomize it so that the starters are like I could pick my own starters, but I don't know if I could randomize by type. I don't think I can. But I could make specific ones, but that would be cheating, obviously. So, but I put it on faster speed, so it shouldn't be too bad. Worst case scenario, we spend 50 tries, but it makes it feel more legit and cool, and it feels better, man, when we actually get it. And we're just gonna. I don't care about the nickname now, because but honestly, let's go with Big P. I like Big P. Big PP, baby. Big PP squad. Even though I'm not Big PP squad. Cheetos are nasty. You like Cheetos, Michelle? Oh my god. Look at these starters. It's so gigantic. Okay, none of these are ice Pokemon. The good thing is we have a 1 out of 3 chance. So we go through that. Well, I guess not 1 out of 3, but kind of, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not too bad. We get to pick between 3 starters, obviously. I want to see what happens if I replace the file right now. Because that's obviously a reset. Actually, what just happened there? Oh no, I don't think I can. It's actually not too bad. I just have to open it. Open mods location. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Guys, it's not too bad. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm sorry. It's not too bad. Okay. Let's see what happens. Cheetos are your favorite chip adjacent thing? What are you, crazy? Oh my god. Cheetos are nasty. I mean, Cheetos are cool. Nah, I don't like Cheetos. Cheetos are the devil, as Adam Sandler's mom and the water body would say. Let's see what the random Pokemon here is. It's a crab. してもある理想気持ちがあればいいのさ Oh, can my name just be like Pee-Pee or something? It's gonna take so many. I'm just gonna go with Pee-Pee. Alright guys. Typing in Pong is just too much work. I'm just gonna go Pee-Pee. I could barely see the little screen for typing it in also. Like, there's so many better chips than Cheetos though. Cheetos, I don't know. Like barbecue Lays, anything else. Yeah. This stream is mostly gonna be me crying. I mean, basically gonna be a listening to music stream. And talking stream while I try to get the starter. Aren't Cheetos like the favorite chip in the American Southwest? Well, it's good I live in the American Northeast. I remember seeing that in a map once. I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know, girl. I don't eat like normal people. I'm very picky eater. I realized today though that I love a lot of snacks and not many fruits, which is probably not a good thing. Yo, yes! Doritos are so good. Where the Dorito lovers live. Doritos are great. Do you not like Doritos? Or, well, obviously not as much as Cheetos. Cheetos, Doritos, they rhyme. So funny. Alright. Oh my god, every time I actually do work throughout the day, I'm so tired when it comes time to stream. I have to start exercising again. Let's go with Big P. Haha. Alright, let's see what Pokemon we got. What do we got? Wait, Ammonite. Ammonite is not ice, right? He's just a water type. I think Ammonite is... Oh no, water ground or water... Yeah, he's like water ground or something. He's not an ice type. Look at that sexy... Look at that sexy boy. If anything, it's fun. It's fun just to see this, and it's funny just to see all this. Baby, Musakini on my mind. Utsutemoto, baby, sticking in your side. Let's see what's next. Eddie, my love. So sweet. I just gotta concentrate on replacing this. The one thing I don't want to screw up. Screwing up everything else. They're okay, but I gotta be in the mood for them. Really? I could eat Doritos anytime. He's a water ground, yeah. I just saw water and I got excited he might be ice because water and ice are similar colors. Alright, see you, Angel. Sorry you don't like Pokemon. It's just chill vibes, bro. It's just chill vibes. But see you. I hope you have a good one. I'm surprised you put... Smarties are so good. I didn't realize so many people hate Smarties. Goodbye. Yo, that's a sexy Pokemon. Oh my god. Eddie, my love. Eddie. By the way, did I miss a reset? We had 3 resets, right? I think we had 3. But I'm on file 4 right now. 1 reset. After the first reset... Oh, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. It gets so confusing sometimes. So you can cloister but can't get shelter, am I right? True. 100% correct. Yes. If I get cloister, I'm happy. If I get shelter, I'm sad. I thought of that, actually. Let's go with PP. Smarties are so good. I don't know. I like sucking on that. I like eating Smarties. They're very, I don't know. You could pop them like pills. I like Altoids a lot too because of that. I mean, they don't taste that good, but they're healthier. Anything you could pop like pills. It's a good thing I never got addicted to like pills because I think I would be addicted to pills. But yeah, Cloyster is definitely something I could get. Basically, my choices are Frostlass, Regice. There's 3 legendaries I could get. Glaceon, Vanillite, Beartic, Crogonal, Avalugg, Dugong, Cloyster, Lapras, Walrein, Jinx, Articuno, Delibird, Weevil, Mamoswine, Obama Snow, Kyurem, and Aurorus. So all of those are ice or like an ice dual type. And I haven't mentioned some which are like evolution lines of like Walrein and Weevil and stuff, but yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to get Shellder exactly. I'm just hoping we get an ice starter by the end of the day, and we don't lose that run. Because if we lose that run, that'd be very bad. Do you not like Smarties, Emma? Also, do you not like? Is it okay that I call you by your real name, or you don't prefer that? Or is that even your real name, Michelle? There's some decent ice types in this game. Yeah, so Avalugg, I don't remember really using, but Obama Snow is pretty tanky. Mamoswine is great, obviously. Any legendary would be nice. Actually, Regice might not have any moves, so that might not be the greatest. The best thing would probably be doing this on Sun and Moon, because they have more ice types with the Alolan types, obviously. But I'm taking steps. We played a Gen 1 game. We never played Gen 2. We never played Soul Silver or Hard Gold yet, but on stream. We played Gen 3. We played Gen 4 with the remake. So, I guess I kind of skipped Gen 5 and... Never mind. I'd skip Gen 5, right? Pokemon X and... Wait. What's Gen 5? Oh, Black and White, yeah. So... but good luck with finding them. True. Big P, let's go. I love that nickname. Big P fits you perfectly. Oh, I love that she says that. I actually think Smarties are okay. Like, I wasn't mad about them when they were in my Halloween candy. Oh my god, that's literally... I would trade people, like, Twix or whatever for Smarties. I thought everyone liked Smarties. If I was a smarter kid, I probably could have gotten so many Smarties by trading, like, I'd be like... I did get a good amount, though. No way! Oh, wait. Slowbro is water something. He's not ice. Why am I getting excited? None of these are ice, right? It's so cool to see them, though. Even though you can't see some of them. That is IQ minus. Welcome back. Lapras and Cloyster. Sneasel. Oh, yeah. Weevil would be amazing to have. Lapras would be really good, also. Cloyster, I don't know about it. Cloyster is good? Like, I don't know how good he is. You would have traded Smarties for Twix. Oh god, I wish you were around during my Halloween days. I would have gotten so many. I would have gotten so many of them. I got excited for Slowbro for no reason. I don't know why I'm getting excited for water Pokemon. He's literally just a water type. I'm such an idiot sometimes. Sometimes, yes, all the time. Okay, whatever. Let's exit that. We're now on our next one. I like that it's actually working, though. I'm kind of surprised. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm really happy it's working. I didn't think it would work. TBH, as the kids say. I have to delete 2 files and then paste 2 files and then double click and then play through the game again. Thank God I don't have to put it back every time. See, on the other emulator, every time I exit, I have to, like, OBS doesn't automatically see it. This boss is easy. Very nice. Excuse me. For those of you that have an ad, I'm sorry. Ekans. Yeah, for those of you with the ad, I apologize. I do not control ads. Ooh, you know what would be cool? I think this would be so fun for when we're larger streamers, if we ever become larger streamers. We could do like predictions for like what type Pokemon for randomized and stuff, or like predictions for how long it would take to get a shiny Pokemon. I want to do a shiny lock eventually as well. I think that'll be really, really fun. Eventually meaning kind of soon. Why do mods get ads? Because they just do. I don't know. You have to sub to not get ads. Because Twitch wants you to pay them money to not get ads. That's why. Oh, I actually typed out Pong this time. Your adventure starts now. You know, my guy's character is such an egghead, and the professor is such an egghead because I had to stretch the emulator. In reality, it's a little wider. But it is what it is. No one has to know. It still looks fine, right? It actually looks pretty decent, which I'm happy and surprised about. Especially since this is sped up. I literally put it on like 150 times speed, which is like the automatic like speed thingy. What is this painting? And the world may never know. PP, guess what? Chicken butt. What? I like how the text boxes of each character is different color. That's really cool. I know it's a little thing, but like a lot of little things goes a long way, you know? Like the camera angles also are really cool. I hope with the next Pokemon game they actually make it like pretty new and different, but have you played Pokemon Water Red? No, I have not. I have no idea what that is. After this Nuzlocke, I was thinking of doing a shiny lock in one of the actual games, but after the shiny lock, depending on how it goes, you know, if I end up doing a shiny lock, then I think we're gonna go for ROM hacks again, because ROM hacks are insanely fun. It's just nice to play the main games because I haven't played them in so many years since they came out, pretty much, and it's like a good refresher to like remember how they're. I don't know why I get excited every time. It's just so cool seeing different Pokemon, but none of these are ice guys, right? Like, I'm looking at my list, but I don't need to. Like, I just want to double check. It is what it is. Imagine I actually reset by accident once when it is one. That would suck butt. Okay, we're going to run a 6. Let's copy that. Water Red is a ROM hack? Yeah, I figured. Is it like everything is backwards? I know it's not a main game. You got one of the girls to play Genshin? Really? Nice. Oh, in the game you're playing, you could get a girl from Genshin? That's interesting. Okay. I don't know what happened yesterday. The more I think of it, the more confused I am. Everything was pretty much the same. I mean, I'm running even more stuff today than yesterday. So I'm not complaining though. Nothing's lagging now, so except the background image. Pokemon hack different sprites and types. Ooh, that sounds cool. Ooh, you just made me think of a great idea. It's not like an amazing idea, but it's a pretty decent idea. I'm gonna add. Excuse me. First I'm gonna move chat. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? I'm gonna change my layout on Twitch so I can see chat even faster. Or better. Do it faster. Makes you stronger. It's like lagging. Everything lags. Everything I do lags. I'm putting it so I could go like this. And right now, I always go like this to look. So I'm doing it so I could go like this, basically. Oh, that's so much better. Bro, I always find solutions for things, but it always takes me like so long to do. I was the same way. I'm like the same way for so much. Oh, I just wrote on my mic. I'm the same way for so many things. It's not the best. Yeah, my idea was to basically have it so that you guys can tell me what ROM hacks you'd like. So maybe I'll add a channel or something on Discord for ROM hacks. Yeah, I think that's fine. Oh no, or even on Twitch. / on Twitch, because there's a thing you could add, like for what game do you want me to play type thing. So I'll have to do that. Ooh, Ammonite. Oh my god, this is so much better to look at chat. What the hell? I'm such an idiot. It's worse to see activity feed, but it's kind of easy to see activity feed already. Here I am. Okay, I just made my life so much better. You know what I want to get, guys? I want to get a chat. I want to get another monitor. For chat, like a vertical one. You know, I think that would be great. Is there an easier way to press enter here? I keep typing out Pong now. Like I got used to doing it. Yes, my name's Pong. I love how the professor talks to you and then you just wake up. Like, it's kind of crazy if you think about it. Love at first sin. C90. John Cena? Or just John C? Hurricane. Water red. By the way, a lot of ramen. Oh, I forgot not to go downstairs. Imagine I was doing a speed run and I just went downstairs. I think I would like to do speed runs in a few months. Like, no joke. I think I might want to go into speed runs. Not necessarily for Pokemon, but maybe even for Pokemon. Because, like, there's a lot of craze now for Super Mario speedrun. Super Mario 64. And it looks so fun. Like, trying to beat your personal, like, best. And I feel like it's a chill thing to do with chat. Well, I don't know how chill it is, actually. I take that back. Because it would be hard to reach chat at the same time, right? But while learning to... Because I don't know how to speedrun. While learning how to speedrun, I feel like that would be so fun. Yeah, so I think that I might try to speedrun in the future. Which is so funny, because I always kind of told myself that I would never speedrun. It seems too stressful and stuff. But I think it could be really fun. And it could be really cool as a community thing. I mean, this is also kind of cool, right? Each time we're wondering, you know, is it an ice Pokemon? Oh my god. Krogunk looks so stupid. One actual starter and the rest not. Ready to win! Those are nice. Right? Those were good good options, but not good enough. We just need that ice. Practice and chill points can be good for chat, but obviously you'll have to focus sometimes. True. That is true. The thing is, when I'm learning initially, it'll be like, you know, I'll be watching a tutorial or whatever. Actually, I'll be focused on looking at the tutorial. See, the reason why I stopped playing Call of Duty is because it's very hard to interact with chat when I play Call of Duty. And I didn't like that. I didn't like the fact that, like I don't like... Even though the internet is a crazy place, ever since I had access to the internet, I always felt like it's... Like... Ooh. Anytime I'm talking to someone, it feels like I'm talking, like, to someone in real life. Because I am talking to an individual, right? So when I'm talking to you guys, I'm talking to you guys. Even though I'm talking into a webcam, right? So, like, I feel like it's messed up to divert my attention away. It's the same thing with texting. If I text someone, like, I feel a lot of times that I have to text what I want to... Oh my god, look at that mouth. What I want to express. Because it's as if that person's in front of me. Because it's a human being on the other side of that phone, you know? So, that's why I stopped playing Call of Duty, which I've mentioned before. Pretty much because it's either I concentrate on people I'm playing with, or people in chat, or a mix of both, which just feels bad, man. Actually, I stopped playing Call of Duty pretty much entirely. But speedrunning, yeah, practice and show points can be good for chat, but obviously you'll have to focus on those, yeah. I mean, I've seen I've gotten into watching a bit of speedrunners on YouTube, and honestly, a lot of speedrunners just, like, at certain points, they look at chat, and they even, like, get world records looking at chat. So I'm just like, okay, I think it's doable. If they could do it, and they're like, you know, then I could do it. They're, like, trying to get a world record. I could probably get world record for the longest time to beat a game or something. I don't know. It's probably not a thing, but yeah. You know what's the saddest part about this about this Nuzlocke? Oh, I forgot to put my clothes on. That's not the saddest part. The saddest... Ooh, I just went naked to put on my clothes. I just thought about that. My character just stood in front of a mirror, went naked, and put on his clothes. What if mommy came up? Well, I guess he's like 10 years old, so it's fine. Anyway. What was I gonna say? Shamanda chica, banana bica, linda tarica. What was I saying? Damn it, I already forgot. Oh yeah, it would be so sad, because this is still a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke. And ice Pokemon have so many weaknesses, right? It would be so sad if we get our starter and just get demolished right away. That would just be so sad. One of the devs sent a screenshot of the other day. The longest time I know of for JK completion is 174 hours. Wait, like in a row? How long did it take me? Oh, it took me like 50 hours. Okay, I don't feel as bad anymore. I'm not the worst. Big P, baby. Yo, she got the hots for me. Smooch. Guys. Wait, Smoochum works. Smoochum works. Smoochum is an ice psychic. For a second, I thought Smoochum isn't ice, but it evolves into ice, which is Jinx. Oh my god. Wait, that was so quick. Only 6 resets. Now he has to survive against a Mew or a Cradily. Jesus Christ. Okay, we gotta nickname it. We're gonna nickname you 7, because you're lucky 7. You're literally the 7th run. But there are no numbers. Can you not put numbers? Oh my god. Gotta type out 7 over here. So much concentration. Hey, we got 7. Yes. Chespin. Froakie. What is this? That's not your real Pokemon. We got a Pokédex. Yes, I know what a Pokédex is. A letter from the professor. Okay. We have to win the trainer the trainer battle. So I don't know if I can train before this battle. I'm pretty sure I can't train. Yeah, actually I know I can't train. God damn it, girl. Don't ruin this run. Yeah, I don't think so either. Wait, she's gonna have Cradily, right? You know what? I want to hear the game audio. Just for this. Just for this. Your song finished literally at that time. So that worked. That worked out perfectly. Okay, OBS is looking fine. Oh, damn, look how skinny she looks. Oh, my camera's... I'm getting so crazy about this green screen. Okay. Yo, what's up, Darkness? What did I want to do? Oh, I want to see... Okay, the Pokemon audio is not that loud, I think, right? Yeah, she has Cradily. Why couldn't you have a leap? If we have an ice move, we could be okay here. Because the ice will be super effective. The moment of truth. Okay, we have Pound and Lick. I'm gonna look this up. I don't want to screw this up. So Cradily. Let's go to Pokemon DB. Cradily bars. Okay, so Cradily is Ghost does normal, Pound does normal. Oh no, Pound does half damage. So I think it's pretty obvious to go with a Lick here. Do good damage. Oh no! Oh! Paralyzed! No, you gotta be kidding me, bro. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Am I... Okay, I mean, they barely do any damage too. Okay, so that's... So it's good that Cradley, she doesn't do much damage either. So it should be okay. This is just going to be a very long battle. The good thing is we were able to paralyze her. Acid. Don't acid me again. Are you kidding me? I forgot about the ingrain also. I'm kind of curious to see how much pounds will do. Literally like 1 damage. Constrict. You think it's GG? Come on, Shisho. Believe. This is lucky 7. If she gets paralyzed like 10 moves in a row, we could be okay. Really? Well, that's a reset. The timing couldn't have been any worse. Oh my god. The first battle might be the hardest one. What I deserve. Well, it wouldn't be as interesting if it was so easy, right? Mirror, was his memory clean? Oh, God's best insinuate. Okay, open mods. Open mods. Sounds like I'm hacking. Oh, I just realized. I'm going to try to test it out this time, guys. I'm actually going to try to test it out. I'm going to try to test out adding mods in the middle. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to reopen it, and hopefully it doesn't corrupt anything. Because if it messes up later on, that would just suck. All right, let's see what the Pokemon is. It is... Oh, yeah, let's put it on speed up version. It's a... Golem. Okay. Golem is not that big. Golem looks like it has an arched back. It looks so crazy. Maybe I should pick a girl this time. Maybe that's what I need to do. Give me reason. Wash this memory clean. I'm kind of surprised that in 7 runs we got so lucky that we already got a nice Pokemon. That honestly, like, that's just crazy to me. You clipped it. Kuripu shita. Oh yeah, this is not taking the right browser now. Let me just fix that. There we go. Come on, Shisho. Believe. This is lucky 7. If she gets paralyzed like 10 moves in a row, we could be okay. Come on, Shisho. Believe. Yo, that's so true, though. It's so true. Oh, so true. Beautiful clip, actually. Not gonna lie, beautiful. Distance in a race. Give me a reason. Do you know the song? Do you guys know the song? By Linkin Park. Still a boy. Yeah, I know. I know some people that go girl, and then when I ask them why they go girl and they're boy, they're just like, I don't know. Like, that's homophobic. You're so right, actually. I'm just gonna reset right now. Alright. See ya, Nathan. Thanks for popping in as
Triple pin threat.
Thanks for the jelly beans.
Oh my god. You're actually a genius. You're demolishing this monkey over here. Giving me 4. Not 1, not 2. Not 3, but 4 freaking beans. You made me a very sad monkey.
I dropped one. Should have just rated avocado higher. I should have lied. Oh, come on. This is so bad. Thanks for the stretch. Oh. Sorry if it sounds bad. It's like... I guess... Oh my... No way! Yes! Are you kidding me? It's like one of the best things we could get. Are you freaking kidding me? Yes! On the 8th run, we got Kira. What? What's up, Prince? Perfect timing. Yes, it's finally working. Yeah, I might have to adjust my my message on Discord. No worries. You're a bit late, but yeah, it's working. It's match. I tested it today for like an hour on my alt account, on my alt Twitch account, and it worked fine. So I don't know, it was something yesterday. Now I believe. I hope. Oh, he might not have a move. I'm naming him Luck. It's so hard to type on this stupid thing. Resetting 8 times, getting a freaking Kyurem. Yeah, you missed that. Here, check that out. Oh, Luck is such a dumb name, but that's his name now. Okay, I'm gonna save this one. I'm saving this run. I'm so saving this run. I am so saving this run. Stay with the side. Big P. Wait. She calls me Big P, baby. Let's go. Let's see what she got. She got Alomomola. Sucky Pokemon. Compared to our beast. You were never saved with the paralysis on that clip? Well, I was just like, I was thinking like the 1% chance or whatever that it keeps getting paralyzed, no? Or is that Pokemon not affected much by paralysis? Jesus, we have Dragon Rage? Yes! Are you freaking kidding me? We have Dragon Rage? Oh my god. Easy clap. Easy clap, boys and girls. Easy clap. Hell yeah. Look at this beast. Oh my god. Oh. I mean, it's still a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke. It's still gonna be very hard. Like, if I over level, I have to restart. I'm just excited. Because we have a freaking Dragon Rage. Oh my god. Oh, you're amazing. I am amazing. Say hi to your mom for me. Sorry. I don't know you like that. I think we'll get rollerblades right away, too. There's such a low chance. Oh, yeah. But imagine. I just have faith. I still have faith. That's why. But you have her love? True. I do have her. I do have her love. What did you and the neighbor kids end up doing? Bro, I ended up getting a legendary Pokeball. Yeah. And there's a letter for you, which is kind of sus, but a love letter. A request. Punk, we barely unpacked. Let's get you on Fennekin. It's not Fennekin. It's Curum, bro. It's Luck. His name is her name. Its name. Its name. It's Luck. Its name is Luck. Oh, we got a town map. Let's go. This is actually amazing. Yes, I know how to use the town map. I'm not a loser. Excuse me. Okay, bye, Mom. I'll never see you again. Actually, great run. Damn, that boy's a big boy. Roa. Good luck, Punk. Go for broke. What does that even mean? Oh my god, not this. We did a tier list today, Prince. We're pretty much doing one every day at this point. Oh, we don't get rollerblades yet. This game you have rollerblades, which is so cool. Okay, we're gonna need to be very careful here, okay? We basically have to make sure... Oh my god, this looks beautiful. This game actually looks great. Africa! Do you guys think the setup is good? Or do you think that the game should be larger? I've been thinking about that a bit lately. Wait, let's go in these stores. I think you could just change your clothes, which I don't really care about. We sell... Oh, potions. Oh my god, we have so much money already. Let's buy 4 potions. Potions are useful outside of battle, obviously. Oh my god, kid, talk to me. That was so lucky. I feel so good now. I am recording, right? Okay, I am recording. Yo, the animated background screwing up is like getting on my nerves. I don't know if I should just change it. Away from you. Apples are great, right? Yeah. You see, apples are amazing. Why do kids run in circles in this game? Or in squares? Everything looks so NPC-ish. But it still looks good. Oh, I see like that kid. He just runs in circles. We're gonna explore like it's a brand new game because that's what it feels like to me. Ooh. They sell... Oh my god. I actually completely forgot about Pokeballs. Let's buy 10 Pokeballs. It's so dumb that we only have potions though. What if we get poisoned and die? In a scale from 1 to 10. Hey, if you set foot in the tall grass a while, Pokemon will pop out. Yeah, I'm not an idiot. Oh my god. That water actually looks sexy. What is this, PS5 graphics? Alright, what do we got? Not an ice Pokemon. So, oh my god, look at that beast. So we gotta be careful to not... First of all, early game we're gonna own because of Dragon Rage. And Dragon Rage always does 40 damage. I'm honest, Shisho, okay? I'm just honest. I bless the rains, baby. Down in Africa. Nowhere else matters. By the way, we have... wow. Wow, indeed. We have 18 Pokemon left to catch. You know. Come learn how to catch Pokemon with me. I'm not an idiot. Oh my god. This is so dumb. I'm gonna save after this. Like, I don't know how to catch Pokemon. Please. Wow, she actually has a Fletchling. She actually has like a normal Pokemon. And she's catching a Bunnel. Maybe a 5 for red, 7 to 8 for... Yo! Hell yeah! I would literally rate it exactly the same. Maybe even a 9 for green apples. They're a bit too sour, but green apples are so much better than red apples. Wait, what did I end up putting as my favorite fruit ever? I don't remember.
I don't even think it was Apple, was it? Apple was definitely up there, but yeah, I don't even think it was Apple.
No, I had like Watermelon pretty up there. The Pokemon went inside the Pokeball? Bro, what are you, dumb? Oh my god, she's dumb. Green apples are way better. Yeah, red is basically like just regular, you know? Bland. It was top tier. Top 4, I think. Yeah, it might have been like top 4 or 5. But I ranked like 20 or 30. Yeah, I put watermelon up there. Mango, I don't really like it though. Mango, I put down. Well, you'll see the video eventually. I'm gonna upload all these videos on YouTube. Creep. See, I want to catch another Pokemon before moving on, to be honest. Because I don't want to screw this up. Oh, here. Oh, God. Not a stupid Wynot. Ugh. Wynot literally is the worst Pokemon ever. You know why? This is why. You can't run away from it. Stupid Pokemon. And it's not an ice type. It literally ruins runs. Stupid Pokemon. Alright, I'm gonna save again. I save no one and I save no one. I trust no one and nothing. We're saving. Okay. Let's see if there's any other Pokemon. Obviously, if there's a Wynot, I don't want to waste too much experience on Wynot. But... oh, it's a Cleffa. I'm a widow. See, in this Nuzlocke, there are no first encounter rules. Basically, I could only catch ice Pokemon. If there was only first encounter rules, I think it would be way too difficult. When two trainers ice meet, a Pokemon battle must begin. Wow, thanks. I never knew that. I still can't believe that this is a good run already. Like, what are the odds? What are the literal odds for like an actual ice Pokemon, but a freaking legendary on top of that? The odds are literally like 3 out of like they're like 1%, you know, or something crazy like that. It's crazy. I can't go past level 12 though. That's the scariest part. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look up a tutorial here to see how to get through this forest without battling too many guys. Special, but I'm a creep. I'm not actually a creep. I'm a normal guy. I'm a widow. So there's 3 trainers in here apparently. I don't belong. And I might be able to skip one of them? Huh? Let's wake together. Oh my god. Fine, I'll do it. Items should be randomized as well. Absorb bulb. I don't even know what that is. Okay. So apparently there's an item. Oh! Well, I don't want to verse him. We're gonna skip him. There should be an... oh, the game doesn't tell me. This layout doesn't tell me where the trainers are. So there should be an item above, and then it's like a dead end. 1 out of 457. Damn, that's crazy. Well, like 3 out of 457, because Reggie, Ice, and Articuno were possibilities for legendaries, but still insane. Less than 1%. Level cap might be a problem. Well, not really if you get a good Pokemon. Yeah, that's what I'm scared about. I mean, we should be... if there are too many mandatory trainers and I only have like 1 Pokemon... oh my god, what is with this absorb bulbs? Then it could get really, really bad. Otherwise, I think we should be okay. So, we already skipped 1 trainer, which was pretty much in the beginning. Kingler. Kangler is not an ice type. By the way, if you're wondering why I decided ice, it's because there's the least amount in any Pokemon game, or like in all out of all Pokemon, ice is the least amount of Pokemon type, and because a Cyndaquil, because the video is gonna come out, like I mean, not the video is gonna come out, but because Christmas is coming up. It's actually probably going to come out after Christmas. But I thought it would be like a good Christmas idea because it's like winter, ice, you know? I don't know. What the hell? Oh, these are our friends. They're not going to make me battle them, are they? These losers. Okay, there are no items here apparently. It's summer here, so yeah. Oh. That's so cool how they're all here. That's just so cool to me. A battle? That's so cool. That is so cool. He's actually battling like I actually really like this game for adding that mechanic. I think it's really cool. Okay, we're gonna save again. And I'm gonna look at the forest again. So here I could go around to avoid this trainer. I want to avoid as many trainers as I can. What? Is she gonna catch a Pokemon? Look what I found. A Paralyze Heal. Oh, damn. Good job, actually. Thank you. Yeah, we want to pass this guy. We don't want him. Sorry, buddy. I go to the party. Mommy. My mommy. She hates me. Bloppy. A Goodra. Another dragon type. Goodra is not ice, though. I think Goodra is dragon, right? So we're going to have to skip that. Oh, there's no trainer here. Okay. Is she going to want to battle? Cool, a Goodra. Yeah. Goodra's dragon? Okay. I love seeing Cyndaquil. It gives me tofu vibes, but I don't need no Cyndaquil. It's cool because running into wild Pokemon is actually not a bad thing here. Because we have a chance to getting an ice Pokemon, you know? I love the song. Progressing past the first gym, though, that gets a bit difficult, I think. Do you have any Pokeballs? Yes, but not for you. Oh... Can you, like, get away from my... Oh! That surprised me way too much. Too many of our team is, like, walking around like it's nothing, and this girl's just standing there. Oh, are you kidding me? She has a why not? Like, why do they have this game in the game? This Pokemon in the game? It's, like, the most dumb Pokemon. But it's dead, so it's okay. Wobbuffet is so frustrating to go up against. Hey, you're level 7, baby. So, hopefully we don't get to level 12. It's the pre-evolution of shit, exactly. Oh, God. Not just anyone can find a Pikachu. You had a why not, you stupid whammon. Oh. Okay, did I skip? Oh, I did. A Glalie? Glalie is an ice type. Let's go. It is, right? I'm not going crazy, right? Wait, Glalie is a ice type, right? It is. Okay, it is. Yo. Okay. I have to make sure not to kill him. It is? Okay, good. Do I just throw Pokeballs? Or do I use Icy Wind, since Icy Wind might not do much? Alright, we're gonna try with Pokeballs first. It is level 4. Oh my god, this run might be amazing. Oh, I have a Premier Ball too. Let's try Come on, Pokeballs. I believe in you. Come on. No way. Let's go! Oh my god, this is so lucky! This is so good! Hell yeah! We didn't even need to attack it. Oh my god. Oh, that's so awesome. What do we name him? What do we name him? I'm gonna be really original here. Oh! I didn't mean to press enter. I'm actually the biggest freaking idiot. This is the second or third time I've done this in a Nuzlocke. We have to release him now. Because I didn't nickname him. Why did I make that stupid rule for myself? Are you freaking kidding? And now I can't catch another Glalie. Or its evolution. Or Snorunt. Or Frostlass. Oh my god. It isn't a good Pokemon anyway? Oh. But it's still like... I felt like it's going to be really rare to get an ice Pokemon, but it's like happening so frequently, I'm surprised to be honest. So maybe we're okay. Maybe I just jinxed myself. Be positive, you're right, you're right. Alright, before that, let's put Kyurem here. Jeez. I can't believe we got a freaking Kyurem though. IQ plus. Aw, thank you, bro. Thank you. Which Kyurem is this? Did I put the right one? Apparently, I forgot. There's like different forms of Kyurem. Is this regular Kyurem or is this the combined Kyurem? Yeah, any Pokemon's better in the beginning anyway, yeah. It's because I did tier lists. You know what it was, Prince. You know part of it, no? Weren't you there for part of it? Or maybe you weren't. I could be wrong. But I feel like you were. Am I putting the right one? Oh. Yeah. Tier lists just ruin life. Okay, I'm gonna try something out, guys. Hopefully it doesn't crash anything. Hopefully it works out perfectly. But realistically, I have no idea what's gonna happen right now, okay? Actually, no, I'm not gonna try it out. I'm not taking the risk. Anyway. I legit joined when you got Kyurem. Like when I joined, the first 3 Pokemon were being shown. Yeah, I know. That was crazy. The timing was like perfect. Ugh, but it just gets more annoying now because I have to be careful about the level caps, you know? You're the first to arrive. Looks like my new neighbor is someone with a lot of potential. Do I have to verse you? Well, I just skipped all the trainers. I like how they're all together. It's cool. It's like I have friends for once in life, you know? What are you all gonna do? Look for Pokemon. Exactly. Look for ice Pokemon. Hey, we got adventure rules. Like I care about that. They really hold your hand. After 20 years of making games, they still hold your hand. Alright, we could ignore that guy. We could ignore both trainers. Crawdunt. Let me just cross out Glalie or Snorunt here. Or Frostlass. That's so sad that I have to cross it out from my list. It is what it is. Anything you did for the tier list in between that? I don't know about anything about. Oh, okay. I mean, pretty much we just did two. No, I was talking about yesterday's tier list. I thought you knew from yesterday's tier list. That's why. After 20 years of making games, they don't hold your hand. They smother you. He is special. Yes. These are all true statements. We're gonna skip her. Oh my god, I thought she saw me for a second. It just lagged. Tentacool, not so cool. You know what's the most sad part? If we see a Pokemon that's not an ice Pokemon but evolves into an ice Pokemon, we can't catch it because of the Dupe's clause. Because we encountered it. Actually, I'm not sure about that. Yeah, you were there for yesterday's. Yeah, you were part of the people decreasing my tier list. I didn't forget coming through. Oh, that's one of the gym leaders. I remember that. Yo, the tree's actually prickly thorns. Like that's actually really cool. That looks like a prickly thorn. You know, I appreciate that. I really do. Okay, we're already on the next town. Let me just check if Route 3 has anything. See, Route 3 seems to have some trainers and like one item, so I'm just gonna ignore it. Yeah. Oh, this is where you get like... Oh, hey there, Big P. Yeah, I know what Poké Centers do. Nice dance. Not gonna lie, it was kind of cool. I was a little bit, but not for making it under like one. Yeah, I know. They just went ham for it. On it. For it. On it. Ooh, you know what I did forget to do actually? Which is actually one of the coolest things. It's not like amazingly cool. You see that blank spot over there? It's not gonna be blank in less than a minute. Yeah. If I go here, when I say ho, you say hey. Hey ho. YouTube, gaming. I more or less stopped after -1,000. Yeah. Rules don't say anything about encounters. Yeah. So I did that on purpose, but the duplicate clause says if duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon with the same evolution line cannot be caught or used. Oh, so you're right, actually. If I run into... Yeah, I should be fine. You're right. I purposefully made it... I wasn't sure about that part, but you have a good point, yeah. So I should be fine running into that situation I mentioned earlier. Alright, I'm opening a Pokemon thingy, Majiggy. That might... Doesn't say anything about pre-evolution counters. Yeah, exactly. So I think... Oh. Yeah, I think we're fine. I mean, we can't use or catch any pre-evolution Pokemon that evolve into ice because we can't catch non-ice Pokemon. So I did do that intentionally. Let me see if this works, guys. If this works, it's pretty nice. And it doesn't seem to be working. You know what? I think I'm gonna get rid of this animated background. I think it's just causing more problems that I don't need. My computer is not that good. This still looks fine, right, guys? Right, guys? It looks fine, right? I got you, bro. It sounds nice, right? It looks great? Okay, cool. I think that's better than the animated then. Hey, there we go. You see the badges now? I put the badges on top. Now, this I really hope works. I'm going to test it out right now. It's basically so I don't have to manually put in the Pokemon each time. Assuming that we survive, this will be cool. Okay, this time I actually have to put it, but... Yeah, I'm just going to save that. Wait. Reset party slot to empty. I don't know how to I don't remember how to like set this up. Gomen nasai. I am sorry. I will try to fix this. Thanks for hydrate, actually. Yo, I do like tequila, yes. I like whiskey, but I like tequila as well. Sorry, I think tomorrow it's going to be perfect. Because, you know, first day for new Nuzlocke, I just have to fix some stuff and then it's good. Oh my god, that's so cool. Look at that. I'm hiding something with another thing. That's not what I meant to do, by the way, but whatever. So I have to go to web sources here. And it's not showing the Pookimoon. I think the reason it's not showing is because the overlay is not overlaying what I wanted to overlay. The session is not where the session is supposed to be. And I forgot how to fix that in the settings. Do you like tequila? I like tequila. System settings, web sources. There's so much stuff involved with streaming, guys. But it's worth it. Yeah, I could manually put in the Pokemon, but I feel like it's kind of too much work. So because of that, we're just gonna take away the overlay. The overlay is so cool though. You know what, guys? I'm gonna put the overlay because I think it's really cool. This is also a good way to test out the save state and see if it actually saves. Because it would suck if it doesn't save everything. So what we're going to do basically is we're going to exit the game. We're going to go back to Pokemon Y. Then we're going to add a new session. We're going to delete this session because it's just, no. Going to add a new session. Call it Pokemon Y. Okay. This is like a thing that like automatically manages your party and stuff. Then we're going to go to Pokemon Y, confirm, and now it's going to look for emulators. So now we simply go to the file with the emulators because we're smart, and when I say we, I mean you guys. I'm not smart. You guys are smart. I double click on it. Double click on the file. Okay. Anytime you play a game for the first time, you're required to make edits and whatnot before playing. If you don't do this, then I fear you. Wait, anytime you play a game for the first time, you're required to make edits. Oh, no, I did. I've... The thing is, when you test stuff out, it works perfectly. I test out a lot of stuff before streaming. The thing is, it works out a lot of the times. The problem starts to happen when you go live a lot of the times. When you go live, things just pop up because... And even if you test going live, which I have done on my alt account, things just pop up that you either don't expect or that like because your computer uses more resources, because on your main account on Twitch, it's just messed up like that. But usually I'm good. No, Prince? Usually I'm good, no? Okay, yeah, and it says attempting to do, and it's not... Whatever. We're just gonna leave it like this. Which is fine. It doesn't look bad now. I'm just trying to make quality content for you guys. Wait, what the hell? Oh no, we're not starting all over. Load state. Work. I've tested it out before. I'm just like, you know. Hello there, I'm gonna fuck your shit up. Yeah, you're usually good. Thank you. While streaming. Yep. No, we're good now. We're good. We're just gonna go up here and buy some more items. Really? Just Pokeball and potions again? I was hoping they would have access to Ultra Balls and stuff. They give a lot of X defense and stuff. We can't use items in battle because the hardcore randomizer in Nuzlocke. So we're just going to skip that and, well, skip it. We're going to go this way. Last thing we're going to do before moving on. I also get, I'm not paranoid, but I overthink a lot of things. I'm going to make the ice background smaller. Like this to look even sexier. There we go. Okay, now I'm ready. The thing is, I also want it to be consistent. So the first Nuzlocke I streamed, I tested everything and I did stuff, but I ended up changing the backgrounds the second stream or the third stream, so it became inconsistent for the YouTube video. So I'm just making sure the first time, it's like, it's hard to know what you want exactly, like, whatever, doesn't matter, it's good now. Where do you go? Let's talk to her, she looks scary. Oh, I can't believe we have a freaking Kyurem. Kyurem? It's killing me. Taking control. Do you guys like the song? This is such a good song. Alright, here we're gonna go to the side to gain some access to that. First time you want it to be good before beginning. Yeah. The thing is though, like, before you start streaming, you have a certain image and you make it, and like I said before, like the animated thing didn't glitch before, and it was glitching now, so I had to change it, you know? So that's something I didn't expect. And then there's little things that you forget sometimes. Like the badges above. Like I don't need to change it, but I would rather change it, you know? Yeah, we're not going shopping. Alright. Let's do this. I actually remember this. This is church. No, this is the trainer school. There's like a trainer school in every Pokemon game. It's kind of interesting. Cause like I wonder how many people actually train in it. Wait, is that the girl? I swear, half the characters in this game look the same. Okay. I remember 100% what we have to do here. I'm such a genius. Do you want to battle? Fine. She said she's going to give me roller skates if I win, so I have to battle her. Roller skater Rinka. Why not? Bro, does everyone have why not? If we didn't have Dragon Rage, like, I don't know, man. Things could have gotten bad. You know? Imagine a counter or like a miracle just kills me. There's too many why nots, right? Jesus. Just gonna change that up. Learned in prison. Jesus. This is our second. This is crazy. This is our second Nuzlocke having like one of these beasts. Hey, we got roller skates, baby. Skates. Let's go. Snap right onto any shoes. Move the circle pad. Yeah, I don't really know what the circle pad is. I'm not gonna lie. Hey, it worked. It looks like it's just automatically put on me. Okay, so we don't need to go Route 22 yet. Let's go, baby. Gym time. Hell yeah. Now and then, do you think about me now and then? Hey, I'm supposed to tell you something. Everybody uses bug type. Nope, it's a randomizer. We're not even gonna try to train, you know? I'm just gonna have to hope that we're okay here. Oh my god, I forgot this looks like this. Oh, it's so cool. Okay, we're gonna save. One reason why I don't want to test too much before starting streams is because I want it to be genuine too. Like, I forgot how this gym is. If I tested a lot or if I prepped a lot before streaming, I wouldn't have genuine reactions to like certain things, like this gym. Like, I honestly just don't remember this gym. Like, I don't remember that this gym was like this, you know? So it's kind of cool. We could explore it together type thing. Do you think about me now and then? Do you think about me now and then? I'm trying to think which way to go here. It makes it more scuffed, but kind of more fun too. Well, yes, but actually no. Exactly. Sorry for the ad, for anyone who got an ad. Okay, let's actually be smart and try to figure this out. I don't want to verse any trainers. So I gotta be careful. See, I don't want to verse that guy. Oh. Okay, I think I see a path. Let's verse him. I mean, we need to make sure our guy doesn't go to level 12 before versing the gym leader. Okay. So we're level what level is Luck? Oh, I forgot to release our secondary Pokemon. Oopsies. Luck is level 8. Oh, actually this is fine. This is fine. No, why'd you get burned, you loser? Oh my god, we already have to go back and heal you. Thank God burn doesn't take, you don't take damage from burns outside of battle. We don't, right? I feel like Pokemon Y was so dumb in putting the... No, actually it wasn't. Because this is an emulator. That's why it feels dumb. I was going to say... so dumb in putting the... Wait, can you not go back up in this gym? Can you not go back up? Wait, is there no way to escape this gym? I don't have a burn heal. There's no way to accept... I'm going crazy, right? What? What? I should be able to, yeah, right? I don't know, it doesn't seem like I am. I'm kind of scared. So if you're level 12 during the gym battle and level up, you're still good. Yep. Basically, the second I get into the gym battle, I have to be, yeah. I have to be the right level. Oh my god. Oh. I don't want to verse this guy. No. I'm gonna have to verse all three of them, aren't I? Looking like it. Yeah, there is a rope looking like it goes up, right? I don't know how to access it. I'm such a loser. See, don't I? Like I press Z, right? Nothing happened. I mean like A or whatever. I don't know how to get out of Santaloon Gym. How to get out of Santaloon Gym. You can't, aside from beating the gym. You can. The point that you see, people ask this, so I'm not that dumb. Make sure your character faces north without moving off the central tile. Oh, there we go. I was so scared. I was like, there's no way this game is that hard. This game is regarded as one of the easier Pokemon games, I'm pretty sure. But, get off the chair, you loser. There we go. I should have prepped harder for the game. To be honest, I wasn't sure it was going to work. Yeah, thank God. No burn heals. I'm going to prep for sure for tomorrow. The thing is, I was also editing. I'm almost done with the dialogue for Pokemon Gaia. Which... Oh, I don't think you were here, Prince, for Pokemon Gaia, but... Almost done for the Thank you, Shisho. Arigatou gozaimasu. Alright, there we go. We could probably verse all the gym leaders, all the people here. You weren't here, right? Yeah. We could probably verse everyone here and we'll still be fine. So this is supposed to show you the way. I don't know if this is the fastest way. I don't know if it avoids all... It seems like it doesn't avoid all the trainers. But maybe it's the only way you could go, so I'll take it. Yeah, it seems like it might be the only way. Oh, I avoided that guy. Never mind. I can't avoid her though. Okay. She's mandatory. We'll be fine. We won't level up to level 12. We might be under-leveled for this battle, to be honest, but I'm not scared. I'm not scared against a stupid weeping bell with a stupid mouth. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Ice kills grass. Duh. Oh, I should... After this... The good thing about doing monotype is that I'm gonna get used to their type effectiveness better, you know? Like, I should remember. Ice speeds grass, ground, flying, and dragon. That's actually kind of easy to remember. But you know how the 1/2 effectiveness? That's harder to remember. So, like, ice is 1/2 effective against fire, water, and ice. And steel. That's so, like, random. Like, why? Oh, no, it's not. Because fire beats ice. But why is it against water? Ooh, I forgot to put set mode, too. I'll put set mode after this. Let's go. I see wind. Did you really quick attack me? You loser. Let's go. I think we're gonna keep Kyurem at lower levels. It seems like he could tank. Obviously, it's a bit risky when versing higher level legendaries that could be quicker, or higher level, Pokemon that could hit hard with Ice Beam or something. But for now, we should be okay, I think. We're gonna use a potion on him. The box is smaller for me than for you guys on the screen. That's kind of funny. All right, there we are. The photographer. She's kind of cute. Let's save. And let's actually change the options in game right now to set mode. We've got text speed on fast. We want set mode. Forced save. What does that do? You can choose whether or not you must save before PSS battles. Oh, I see. You can disable L and R. You can select a different wallpaper. Okay. Let's confirm them. I like that in this game you could actually confirm. You couldn't do that in every game. As long as you tank a bit until you get some high damage moves, you should be good. Yeah, especially since, Dragon Rage should be able to carry us pretty far. Now, you know what I just thought of? What if we did an ice or, a mono type challenge, but you can only use that type move as well? That would be pretty crazy. I mean, this is pretty crazy, though. Yeah, I'm gonna demolish her and her camera. Why are you taking a picture of me? You just blinded my eyes. Viola. Loser Viola. Look at her face. What a loser. Anyway. She got a Drifloon. Literally perfect for our icy boy. Let's go with the Icy Wind here. Constrict. That shouldn't do much. Just gonna write down Kyurem's weaknesses. Kyurem is weak to fight. Oh no, I have them all written down already. Fighting Rock, Dragon, Steel, Fairy. Ah, you boy. I wrote down the weaknesses. You see, I prepped pretty good, guys. I made a whole list. I wrote down the weaknesses of every Pokemon I would be able to catch, and I wrote down every Pokemon I would be able to catch. And what level caps for each thingy. Ooh, you didn't die, Drifblim. Well, now you're gonna die. That would be a nightmare, I know, right? Yo, he's weak to so much. He's weak to fighting. So ice beats, the way I think of it, or the way I should think about it, ice beats, or ice gets owned by rock, fighting, and steel. Ice just gets owned by all the other types like that, right? Fighting, rock, steel. And then dragon dies to dragon and fairy. The ice cancels out because he's also he's an ice dragon. So that's why he doesn't die by ice. So fighting, rock, steel, dragon, fairy. Now, when I play and I get... Oh, Shelder. That's funny. What a suck. Let's just Dragon Rage here. A bit of a scary thing is that every single Ice-type Pokemon has so many weaknesses. If it's just a regular Ice-type, then it's only weak to 4 things, which is helpful. But otherwise, it pretty much sucks. We beat the first gym. Yes. We actually did it. You and Kyurem did it. Hey, we got the badge, baby. Let's go. Let's go. I have so many tabs open. I didn't remember the first gym badge being that quick. That's actually pretty insane. Oh, I used the potion. I actually used the potion that match. I wasn't supposed to. That was an accident. Whenever I play too many games without using potions, I forget for hardcore. But it's okay. I would have won regardless. So we're just going to ignore that I did that, okay? Never mind. Oh, what were you going to say? A little clown versus a legendary? True. Oh. Jesus. Infestation only does 20? Oh, you can hit up to 5 times. And no one could learn it. Not like I would teach it, but it's just kind of curious. Kind of a dumb move. Use the potion that runs over, start over. Nah, we're just gonna pretend. We're gonna pretend it didn't happen. Because it wouldn't have changed the outcome, I think it's fair. Actually, I think it's worse for me. Because I used the potion, and I lost the potion. So, it's actually worse for me, if anything. And he didn't get hit after that, so I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Now, if he would have died otherwise, or if it would have been very close, then it would be a different story. And I know you're just kind of trolling, but, you know. I'm saying seriously, because I'm a serious man. I'm gonna let you... Ryukakse. Hey, I need you, baby. The other reason why the setup for this one was a bit weirder is because I never did a 3D emulator. Every other game we've emulated was like worst quality game. You're just being troll. Yeah, I know, bro. I'm a genius sometimes. I'm a genius. They don't call me Genius Ping Pong Moosters for nothing. So, you know. Let's go with Pokemon Y Run. So I'm gonna do the session update this time, but I'm gonna see if it works without an emulator. It does. Okay, good. Hey, okay, it shows the first badge. Let's go. Sometimes I'm so smart. I solve things faster than you could say, my name is Jeff. Hell yeah, look at that. Look how speedy Gonzalez he is. Let's see what she says. You're one of the kids. You got a badge. You really are something. Wait, what? Hey, we get experience share already? I do not remember that. That's insane. That's actually so good. We already get experience share. Oh, God. We would be able to use it if Glalie... if I didn't screw up with the Glalie. Speaking of, I'm gonna go release him. You think you do one for Alola or Sword and Shields? Yeah. I don't know about Alola. Alola was... I kind of liked, but... it depends if my PC can handle it. For Sword and Shield, I might just restart... Like, if I don't do a randomizer, I might just play it on my Switch, which would make it so much easier in many ways. And a bit more annoying in other ways, but yeah, that's the plan. Oh my God, he had Bite. That's actually kind of useful. Well, it was nice knowing you, you loser, Glalie. Bye. So technically, does that count as a death? I mean, I think it counts as a death. I released him. I'll count it as a death. Put it in a box. Don't really. Oh, sorry. I read that late. Nah, I like getting rid of them right away instead of putting them in a box. But yeah, I didn't nickname him. I'll try to remember to keep it in boxes for the future. Experience share is usually after first gym, I think. I don't. Well, so if I think back to 3rd gen, which is my favorite gen, Hoenn, you get it after doing a bunch of stuff. But it's after the first gym too, maybe, actually. But you still get it after doing a bunch of stuff. Like, it just kind of surprised me also that I got it so quickly. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I like releasing them right away because then I can feel the pain of releasing them, you know? But we'll see. Maybe it's better. Maybe it's better not to do that. All right, let's get this item. I don't know how to turn off my stupid roller scooters. Whatever they're called. Oh my God, chill. Chill. I wonder what the Lucario that they give us will become. Hey, she's skateboarding. Let's go, skateboarder. Hey, no, you don't see me. That's BS. Fine. Oh yeah, level cap went up as well. Let's bump up that level cap from 12 to 25. It's actually kind of crazy. I gotta not get cocky. Sometimes I get too cocky because I have a legendary and then I just screw up. You know, I'm just like, he can't die. He's luck. You know? And then I'm going to screw up because I'm versing, you know, higher level guys or whatever. For now, we should be fine, but yeah. I mean, he's not even... he didn't even reach the first level cap, which I actually feel great about. I'm not going to lie. That makes me feel good. Which way do we want to go here? I think we could skip. So the reason I like to skip trainers is because it's fun, but also because it kind. Oh, Team Rocket, robots in disguise. Because it kind of. Oh no, these aren't Team Rocket. I remember them being kind of good guys. I think it kind of. It means that I could grind to level them up instead of taking risks against trainers. I might change that in the future when I get more comfortable with Nuzlocke though. But we'll see what happens. A Flabebe. I don't care about Flabebe. Wait, were fairy type Pokemon introduced this gen? I thought they were 5th gen. Fairy type Pokemon. Gen. Maybe they were Gen 6. I guess it was this gen, huh? Yeah, it was. My name's Sina. I'm Dexio. Dexio is a cool name. I'm a Pokemon Voyage veteran. I'll show you the way to the lab. Sure. I mean, even wild battles are a risk. I'm talking to you shit. You know what you've done. True. That is true. That is true. How are you and Kirim getting along? It's great. It's a freaking legendary. You giving me a return? I'll take it. Free TMs galore. I in the sky. I. Well, let's talk to you, bro. Okay. Right through the gate. All right, move. I'm on roller skaters. Same for Pokemon with self-destructor explosion. True. Oh, this looks so cool. I remember now. It's the stupid goat Pokemon is in this game. And I remember now. And the lights are off in one of the areas. I remember this area pretty well. Go Goat. Yeah, Go Goat. It's like such a dumb name. Or Arena Trap. True. Oh yeah, Furfro. What's up, Furfro? Oh, we get access to another starter here. Imagine we get another ice Pokemon. Now, obviously, that would be very, very, very unlikely. But it would be very, very, very cool. Yeah, this game gives you so much to like succeed. It's like, what is it rated? Pokemon Y easy game. Is Pokemon Y too easy? Yeah, it seems like people say it's too easy. But it's okay, we're nuzlocking it. I will never remember that Skidoo is a Pokemon. Yes, wait, what is Skidoo? Skidoo? Hey, there's our boy. I met you in my dreams, bro, don't worry. Jerusalem. Oh, it's the pre-evolution, right? That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Pre-evolution of Go-Goat. I completely forgot it to... Like, why is it Skidoo when you have Go-Goat? Like, can it be like pre-goat or something? Alright, do you give me anything? Ooh, when I encounter 20 Pokemon, she'll give me something nice. Ooh. Let me look at your Pokédex. No, you don't need to look at it. Listen, I'm just trying to catch ice Pokemon, okay? Okay, give me the Pokemon. Hi, Professor. It's Shauna. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let's all have a Pokemon What? Okay, let's battle you. Just so you know, I'm not that tough. Professors should be insanely tough, but they probably, like, he's probably using a sucky Pokemon on purpose here. I will say, this game did a lot of cool stuff, like using a... You have 3 Pokemon? Jesus. Like using, like this, like using, like having Professor actually fight it. I don't think that's common in Pokemon games. I can't think of the last Pokemon game they've done that. I always forget Porygon is like a normal type. I always think it's like a psychic type because it levitates and everything. So we're just going to go for Dragon Rage here for the quick kill. Gogoat seems like a really good Pokemon to just have no evolution, right? It does, yeah. It does seem like Buffalint or Tauros. It does seem like that. I don't know why they made... I mean, Skidlook looks cute, you know? But get out of here, Cottony. We're just demolishing. Yo, I'm getting you high. Less than everything would be alright. Then just bring in the sex and let this music take you high. Close my eyes and take a ride inside. Feel a breeze blow by. Yo, I'm getting you high. The game's actually really easy right here. I think he's the first professor you can fight, right? What other professor could you fight, though? Oh, literally in Sun and Moon, the professor is the champion, right? Which is actually really cool. Tauros or Buffalint? I like Tauros more, but I think it's really just nostalgia. The professor doesn't even comment on my legendary Pokemon. What the hell's wrong with him? What are we getting? A Tyranitar! No, we can't use any of these. Oh my god. Imagine having a Pokemon so large that you can't even see it. Yeah, Professor Kakui. Wait! I just realized his name is Kakui. You know what Kakui means in Japanese? It means cool. Professor Cool. That's hilarious. Okay, we're gonna take Tyranitar just so no one else could have it, but we're gonna release him. I mean, they give you these starters for Mega Stones, which might be useless for us. We're not gonna nickname you. We got Charizard Y, which is useless, but you know. I mean, Obama Snow will be useful. If we get Obama, then we could like evolve Obama with a Mega Evolution, so that could be useful. Also, we won't go up against many Mega Evolution Pokemon, so that might be a thing. Shema Israel. I gave you a Mega Evolution, so you could learn how to be what Mega Evolution's about. What I don't understand is how Mega Evolution is a thing in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. Like, Hoenn never had that. Mega Obama would be lit, yeah. Mega Obama would also, like Obama has a lot of, like, is very tanky, so. Okay, bye, Professor. I don't care about you anymore. This game holds your hand for everything, and you know what? I actually like it, because it's perfect for stream. Oh, I remember him. I remember him being a bad guy. Like, there's 2 red-haired guys in 2 different Pokemon games. And one of them, he's a bad guy, and one of them, he's a good guy. And this, I think this is the bad guy one. His name's like Lysander or something, right? My desires for a more beautiful world. Oh my god, this game had the weirdest enemies also. Team, like the Flare, right? Team Flare with the fire hats. They literally were just about fashion. Lysander, that was his name. What a dumb, like, team. It was like one of the stupidest bad guy teams ever, in my opinion. Like, in Sun and Moon, you have a gang, and you have, like, some woman that wants to take over outer space, that does research in the science lab. Like, that's cool, you know? In the originals, you have Team Rocket. You know, in Gen 3 was kind of dumb, but Gen 3 you had Team Magma, Team Aqua. But they're literally just about fashion, from what I remember. You're going to be a full Ice-type team, so you won't have to worry about Snow Warning. Oh, yeah. Wait, I don't remember exactly what Snow Warning does. Snow Warning increases ice power moves, right? Like accuracy or something? And damage, possibly? So it'll make Blizzard useful, right? That's what my brother was telling me about yesterday. We were talking about how it could be made so that this Nuzlocke isn't as difficult. Or like strategies. When I first saw Lysander, I always thought that he was Lawrence. He has a fancy name, but Lawrence. Lawrence is a decent name. Alright, she's waiting for me. Don't crash my game. Just let me go to the Pokemon Center. Huh. Let me see. Pokemon Y. Huh. I have so much to set up. IGN is one of the best places for Pokemon walkthroughs, by the way, if anyone was curious. So, I'm gonna use it right now. What town is this? This is Lumioso Town. Locations. Oh, it tells you where everything is and what routes, areas you shouldn't save in. North Boulevard. Wait, what? Area available on second visit. Area available on first visit. I mean, to be honest, I don't think I'll have to look at a walkthrough for this city, even though it's the biggest city. Snow warning gives a hailstorm, giving an increase in ice type moves, but also gives a 100% chance hit for blizzard. Also does damage to non-ice types. Yeah, the damage to ice types I know, because it essentially creates hail. But check this out, PR videos. Yeah, I don't care about that. Stop lagging, stupid game. Giving an increase in type. Yeah, I want to know like how that works. The increase in ice type moves. Hey, what's up, goat? Oh no, you're a Skiddo. Oh, there's a blackout, even though you could see light. This game is so stupid. I think this was the first 3D game they made, though. So, yeah, blackout in my butt, bro. There's someone literally running right there. They're just racist because I'm brown. It's hard to be brown. Oh, this is where I was supposed to go. Have you been to the cafe? Oh my god. You think I remember which one's a cat? Oh, Lysanderer is in there. I remember now. Or maybe not. Oh, she's a gym leader. You can jam 10 seconds of video. I don't really want to try it, but I guess I'll do it. I'm fun. I'm just a ball of energy. The city confused the shit out of me when I played it. Yo, same. 100%. I was so lost as a kid in this. I was like, oh, what? I was so dumb. Well, I guess not dumb. I was just lost. I'm gonna increase the light. I want the light on me, baby. The comical side of you, yes. What does that even mean? Hey, what's up, Jessique? I officially came to admit that I haven't been a good mom. Good job on admitting it. Hey, look how cool I look. Look at that smile. Anyway. Do you want me to unmod you? Yo, you already got one strike, Yesik. If you time him out, you're getting unmodded, bro. We have a 2-strike policy here. I'm not restarting this. Wait, it's gonna ask me to restart the video? What? Oh, am I supposed to do stuff? What? How'd you like it? Cool, huh? No, dumb. That was dumb. Alright, now we get to talk to her. Hey, we got the lens case. Whatever that is. How you doing, though, Jessica? I thought you haven't been here because you don't like Pokemon. And maybe the time isn't that good for you. But I'll take life, I guess. As an answer. As an answer. I think we get access to the Go-Go-Goat now. Oh my god. They're so cringe. I'll be honest, I got so confused on this when I first played this game too, that I think I remember where to go now. I literally... Was that not the That was not the cafe. I'm an actual idiot. Alright, let's speed this up. Isn't speeding up great? Look at that. Oh my god, it's too fast. Go in the door. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm doing just fine. Nah, bro, I've been busy with my studies. True, you will graduate soon. I'm not gonna congratulate you until you do, though. But that's pretty cool. Oh, I remember. I thought Lysander comes here at a certain point, no? He definitely does. Don't worry, I'll be more prepped tomorrow, guys. How many? Oh, there's more than one stupid... Oh... What blackout? There's more than one stupid cafe. Bro. I mean, it kind of limits where I could go, which is good. No, I'm not... Shut up. Okay, there we go. Can we go this way? Okay. Wait, this is the way we came. Oh my god, I'm actually dumb. After 6 years. You want to have a graduation ceremony? You don't need a ceremony. Well... In my opinion, ceremonies are overrated. Oh my god, I can't go that fast. It's too fast. Ceremonies are like overrated for me. Or I personally don't like that, but I'll be here more in January. Cool. I'm also working on my thesis. Nice. Hey, how'd the job interview go? Whammon, talk to me. Whammon, what are you staring at? Oh my god, you loser. Why are there like 10 freaking cafes? Oh, I actually went to a new area. Okay, good. Stop. Oh my god, this is actually confusing my brain. Alright, let's go in there. I went to the wrong place. I'll have a special dinner with my family that day. Nice. That's good at least. That's probably better than a big ceremony, in my opinion. I would prefer that. Bro, how many cafes you want me to go to, game? Oh, where's Lysander? Lysander's supposed to be here. I don't have a brain. I'm dumb. What is that emote? Alright, let's go in here. This is literally the last cafe. This is the third. Yes, finally. It's stupid cafe, bro. No? Are you kidding me? I am getting horny over Lysander. I'm looking for... I just want to go to a cafe. I'm so lost. I live in New York, but I feel like I'm in a big city. I read all your messages. I hope I don't get you horny. Oh my god. Like how many freaking... Am I going insane? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna talk to the... Nope. Okay, I can't go that way. Is this a cafe? Is this a 10-star cafe right here? Oh, it's a restaurant. Restaurants aren't cafe. You had to walk all the way out. You had to walk all the way out to talk to me. Oh my god. You like my songs. I'm so happy. Alright. I went into like every freaking cafe, bro. Stupid French place. What was I supposed to talk to the professor? Yeah, and I said, nice, congrats on the job interview. Wow, why am I talking like that? Congratulations. Oh, I thought you said you had. No, yeah, you said you had a job interview, and now you're saying you have a job interview. Did you have it already? What's up, Jawad? That's not true, but yes, I do spend a lot of time playing Pokemon because that's what I'm doing, bro. Oh, get out of here, Professor! You're useless! How you doing, though, Jawad? I'm glad the link's there because I can't read that. It says Gesu no and then something. And then it says Kiraboru. Killer Ball. That's the name of Why does the elevator look like a place where I would get tortured as a child? What is that? Oh my god, I'm hating on this game so much. By the way, I tried to play Civ the other day. Jesus Christ. It takes so long for one game. I don't think I could ever play that game. Maybe I have to talk to the Whammon. I don't know where to go. Just working, being tired? Gotcha. I hope you're doing well. Yep. Alan's 20-minute turns. I would probably take 20 minutes per turn, too, to be honest. This is not even a cafe. It's the Pokemon Center. Oh, my God. I would probably be the same, to be honest. It would take way too much time. It's like D&D. I don't know. I feel like I have to play those games later on in life, you know? Oh, do I have to talk to... Did I not come to this cafe? Oh my god. Oh, now he's here. I feel like I'm kind of... The new Pokemon is great. Yeah. I mean, it's what's expected. I haven't really... I only did a 24-hour stream on it. I haven't really played it much outside of that stream. But I like it. It's just a remaster, yeah. It's pretty much a faithful remaster. With some things that are different. You'll have one on Thursday? Ah, gotcha. You'll get... Yeah, that's a good point. You'll get paid better. You won't have to, like, stress as much over certain things. But it would still be stressful working, I'm sure. You gotta apply for a bunch of jobs, or hopefully you just get this one, you know? That piano solo sounded like a song from Tales of Zestiria. Cool. I don't know that game, but that sounds cool. She called me neighbor. I have a name. Lysandra is the head of Lysandra Labs, which created the Holocaster. Ooh, they're being bad guys. Why would I want to play the same old roles forever? Youth may be beautiful, but it's not all there is to life. That's right. You were chosen to be a movie star. Isn't it your duty to be ever beautiful? What? Movie stars are supposed to be beautiful all the time? Bro, the bad guy in this game is so weird. I can't stand the thought of the world becoming... Oh, yeah, I forgot. All he's about is fashion. It's weirdo. I wonder if you change your clothes, if he makes different comments on you. Quality of life improvements and stuff. Are there still mega... Quality of life improvements. Oh, that's good. Are there still Mega Pokemons in this one? There are, but this is a randomizer. This is a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke where I can only use Ice Pokemon. So it's a bit different, but we might be able to Mega Evolve 1 or 2 Pokemon. Which would be cool. Tales of Zestiria. Yeah, it does sound... I will say 100% it does sound familiar. Oh, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, the game that looks... I had to look it up again, but yeah. The game that looks like Breath of the Wild. Like... Yeah, it looks really cool. I do remember it now. I remember. My bad. Yes, Lysander. Hopefully next year I'll have more time to have 2 jobs. Yeah, because you would have graduated by then. I don't know if you can win with only ice. You love this song? Hell yeah, bro. Put on a song you want to hear. Yeah, so the good thing is the one Pokemon we have, so all the starters were randomized, and this is our 8th run, and we got so lucky to get a Kyurem. So we have a legendary right now, which is insane. Only thing is, one Pokemon is a bit risky. Well, we're gonna have to get more than one. He's so big. Wait, why did he know my name? Oh no, we met already, that's why. My name is Serena, and this is Pong. I heard Lysandra call you that. You have lovely names. I'm a trainer. Okay, get out of here. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed song instead of music. Wait, this is if you wanna put on music. Huh. I guess if you're a Pokemon trainer, you battle everyone. Nope. I skipped by a bunch of trainers. I have to verse her now. Okay. Let me verse her. Wait, I thought she wanted to verse. Okay, whatever. She's so weird, bro. Oh, you tricked me. I got excited, Prince. Pink Trans is back? No. What? What makes you think I'm acting... Or like... What? No. What you say? I have to get to reading so I can fall asleep. Listen, you watch the stream, you fall asleep. It's the same thing. Just kidding. Get to reading. That sounds awesome. I wish I read more. Have a good night, and thank you for popping in. I gotta call you, talk to you one of these days. It's been way too long. I'll just end up texting you the whole time. Oh. Sleep is important. I'm trying to get my sleep better. But it's so hard. That's what she said. Wait, I think I have access to the other area now. Yeah, have an amazing night, bro. And let me know what you're reading next time. Mwah. I love how you say goodnight, everyone, like there's thousands of people here, but I appreciate it. You read manga to sleep? Really? Yo, One Piece is actually... One Piece is so good now. I think I might be 1 or 2 episodes behind, but like, oh... I hope they don't screw it up. I'm liking it, I'm not gonna lie. What is this song? It sounds terrible. Oh, never mind. It's the same song. Meet other players. No. But you know what I will do? I will save my game. This is my 10th save state. Did you watch 1000? No, but that sounds vaguely familiar. Holoclip. I did start watching a new anime, though. I only watched the first 2 episodes, but I really, really liked the first episode. It's like a mecha, where they're underground, and there's like this genius girl. I keep forgetting the name of it, though. I want to get another ice Pokemon. Do you guys think it's possible to skip by, like, to keep with the level cap with only 2 ice Pokemon? I guess it depends what the other ice Pokemon is, but... Ooh, it's a rich guy. Nice to meet you. O powers. You can now use attack power and defense power. I honestly don't really remember what they do, so we're just gonna ignore that. Oh, episode 1000 of One Piece. Oh, I thought you were I thought you were talking about an anime. It reminded me of that show that's called like 1000. Or there's some show that has a number and that's the name of the show. Yeah, I watched episode 1000. I'm gonna be honest. Even though I didn't watch One Piece as a kid, I felt nostalgic watching that episode. Because I did start One Piece years ago. Hey, Lucario! Yo! I wonder what he's gonna turn into. Yeah, they brought back the old opening. They made homages to the old stuff. But there was nothing new in terms of... Like, I thought it would be, like, insane. Something insane going on. Nothing insane really happened, but... But it was... No, I still teared up, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, for you, it must have been, like, crazy, bro. Oh my god, I kind of wish I started anime when I was younger. But who knows where my life would have gone. Imagine I started when I was a kid and I just never got into anime because... Or I got into it, but I never went to Japan because I tried learning it when I was younger and it was too hard or something. Who knows what would have happened. You would have less friends like me. I would have less friends in general because I would be watching anime all the time. I was just doing some special training when Lucario loves me. Thanks. Hey, she's not gonna have Lucario though. Yo, stay here, Lucario. Stupid Lucario. Hey, it's a skating ring. This is so dumb if you think about it. It's literally... It's kind of fun, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, can I go on top of that? Oh, I think it's to introduce you to these. These nuts? No, this technique. I just remembered you could do that. I love how Pokemon can just walk like they have rights. I know, right? They don't have rights. Big Root. Why does Big Root sound like a RuneScape thing? Okay, I should not have 2 Pokemon, okay? But I have a stupid Tyranitar, which we gotta get rid of. So, I don't want to get into this double battle. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at IGN and see if I could kind of skip this area, you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? I need to remember what this area is called, though. Let me just go in and out. I won't be able to see chat for the next 30 seconds or so. Route 5. They named the routes here, which is kind of interesting, too. Route 5. It's Japanese for Route 5. Cliff Badge. Yeah, Route 5 is here. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat for like 10 more seconds. I just don't want to screw up with the route. Okay, it looks like the double battle might be forced. Huchiyama! Welcome. You're actually a genius. Kill my Tyranitar in double battle. I was thinking... Alright, good night. Good night, Joad. I gotta wait to remove the song I put. Lol. Kill your Tyranitar and done. The thing is, I don't want my starter to get XP. Because I don't want him to go up over the level cap. But... You're right, we should be okay here. I don't know how to turn off the... I think I could have gone around them, but it's whatever. If you're lucky, they'll all target Tyranitar first turn. True. I mean, I don't have to worry too much. I have an insane Pokemon, but... Okay, I take that back. I don't have to worry at all. Because this is a hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke, by the way. If you'd like to see the rules, these are the rules. But yeah... I can't use Tyranitar. So... I'm just use Icy Wind and... Screech. He avoided it? Are you serious? That's so dumb. I keep forgetting to... Because we get so many Pokemon in the beginning of the game. I keep forgetting to release them. It's kind of weird if you think about it. Well, the first one I screwed up. We caught a Glalie, and I forgot to nickname it. Because I'm an idiot. So now we're stuck with a Kyurem. Which is, I mean, more than fine, but... Maybe I should attack Kyurem with Tyranitar to make it more fair. Alright, that was really easy. Good, we don't want too much XP. Dragon Rage should do us well for quite... maybe until... Second gem? End of second gem? I don't know how much life level 25 Pokemon have, but... Oh, I'm walking now. I somehow discovered how to walk. I keep forgetting that wild Pokemon are actually a good thing here. They go to his belly. I like how they have the ice cream Pokemon. That's actually hilarious. They have the ice cream Pokemon on his belly. That's so funny if you think about it. Because he's a big fella, so he likes to eat probably. Okay, fighting is super effective against me, and he's probably faster, but I used Fake Out. But I'm hoping at level 12 it doesn't have crazy moves, and we're faster. Wait, we're the same level. How fast is Kyurem actually? Let's see, Kyurem. Oh, Kyurem's stats are insane. Look at that. Jesus Christ. He has the same attack and special attack, so I don't need to worry about what type moves I give him. Same defense and special defense. 660. Jesus Christ. The black one has attack and oh my god. Well, these obviously we don't have, but wow. I didn't realize that. It's kind of crazy. Give me my money. Good to see you, Punk. I mean, Big P. Oh, that's the song you want to skip. That's your song. Give me that honey, baby. That sounds weird to say to a child. Thank you for the honey. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's Horde Pokemon in this game. You could go up against like 30 Pokemon. I forgot about that. Thank God I somehow got rid of the stupid... Okay. I want to actually run into wild Pokemon here. I accidentally got rid of the rollerblades. I'll have to figure... Hey, mañana? Is that yo no sé mañana? Fix a Shellos. Not a nice type. Well, we'll look for like one or two others. Okay, I gotta fix... What do I gotta fix? I forgot, but I definitely gotta fix something. Ooh, a phantom. Here, let me speed it up a bit since we're just in the grass. Damn it. I actually forgot what I gotta fix. Oh, yeah. Fix controls. Rollerblades. Ooh, Mantine. Because I don't know exactly. Because I had to do rollerblades on this. Oh, it's sped up now. Okay. Oh, and now rollerblades are back. Jesus Christ. I wonder if it automates to rollerblades if they're necessary. Like going up this hill, it might require Oh, Jesus. Might require rollerblades. Oh, was it that easy to pass by her? Oh. I just stood in front of him. Oh, it's Kudai. I remember. You love that band. I remember we were playing Rocket League and you were telling me about that band. Heliopatite. Cool Pokemon. Useless to me. But what is it? Is it just electric type? When you don't know, just go Dragon Rage. I think Heliopatite is just electric type. Could be wrong though. Oh, we have experience share. I'm an idiot. I gotta get rid of this Tyranitar. It's ruining the run. No, I don't want to run in front of another kid. Tentacruel. Tentacruel is water poison, right? What a shame. Shapadabadoo. Shaboobabadoo. Shapadabadoo. Hey, I passed by him somehow. Oh my god, we actually made it to the next city. What now? Lysander Labs developed it to make the lives of Pokemon trainers richer, fuller, and more convenient. Yes, that's a hint for the bad guys. Spoiler alert for a 10-year-old game. When did this game come out, actually? Alright. It's time to release this loser. No. Oh my god. It's so irritating with the small box in this game. Today I taught French to my partners as part of my course of methodology. I did well, to be honest, but my classmates just made a couple of mistakes. Other two groups weren't that good. Oh. Your partners? Ugh, it's so sad to release a freaking Tyranitar, but... Thank you for... Well, you're gone already. Dame Daniel. Jessica. How well is your French now? How good is your French now? It must be like amazing, no? I need to improve it. I'm gonna do a lot of looking into this game before next stream. Because I forgot where you have to go. Hi, Big P. Hell yeah, I'm Big P. This castle was a manor house of a noble family. The owners gave away a lot of their stuff to everyone, so that's why it feels at the end. Yes, yo no sé mañana. Classmates. It's B1, I think. Gotcha. B1, so I forgot the ratings. When was the last time you were lower than B1? What's the difference between partner can be used to say like your like boyfriend or girlfriend. But if you're talking in a school setting, then it would be most likely for like your group partner, like in a team project or something. Otherwise, you would just say classmates for someone that's in class with you. Or a friend, I guess. Friends. What if they're your friends? What in the world is Mega Evolution? Oh, he doesn't even know. What a loser. What a loser. I need to go to Route 7. Which means we need to go to Route 7. Yeah, why don't we go to Route 7? True. She always follows me. Does she have a crush on me or something? Bro, I'm not 10 years old. Okay, let's just check out if there's any... He says it's empty, but I don't believe him. Ooh. We can't do anything there. Like if you had an old relic, why would you, or like a thing, why would you give access to kids to roam around for free? Like what? It's not even like set up as a museum that much. Ooh, there it is. Ooh, ba-da-doo-doo. Oh my god, we're in Route 7 already. We're not in desperate need of a nice Pokemon, but it would be nice. Hey, Snorlax looks so fat and cute. Every freaking game is sleeping so soundly the end of the world wouldn't wake it. It's practically a mountain. It actually blocks the entire road. That's so realistic. Basically, the Pokeflute is what we need to wake up Snorlax. Yep. The Perfume Palettes. Bro, they play so much on the stereotypes of French people in this game. I hope I don't forget these things. Like, sometimes I forget stuff after the game, but I'm realizing, after replaying these games, how, like... like certain like thematic stuff of them. Let's see. Okay, so I don't have anything really useful to give. Absorb Bulb could be useful if we could teach Surf or something. Oh, do we need HMs in this game, or do they give us Pokemon? I don't remember. I think we might need HMs. If we need HMs, then I'll have to damn it. I'll have to not release Pokemon, right? HMs for... Does anyone remember? Okay, it does look like you do need HMs. So we're going to have to catch... We might end up catching Pokemon that, you know... We might go against the rules. We just went behind her. Okay, we'll verse this one. Oh my god, we don't even need to verse that one? Jesus, too easy. It's been a while since I tested my level. According to my French friends, my level is between 1 and 2. It means that I can engage in conversations, but not that deep. Oh, that's still really cool. Ooh. This guy. Aren't those like the skull guys? Were there 2 bad guys in this game? I forgot so much. Okay, can you talk to me? Alright, that's just a random guy. Never mind. Sleemos. Let's see what he says. The entrance fee will be 1,000 per person. This is how the richer get richer. I mean, that's smart. It is his home. I'll pay. I don't mind. I'm a good person. Imagine trying to do a Nuzlocke run of like no spending money, but then you realize you have to spend money at a certain point in the game to progress. And then you have to, like, you're just screwed. But then I guess you would give yourself the exception. Oh, I think you go out in the fields and at this part with the girl. A Jono say. Oh, look at that sexy Milotic. Where is it? Where could it be? A lot of Spanish songs. My Furfrou. My beloved Furfrou. We'll help you look for your Pokemon. This is the garden, right? Bro, I'm so smart. How do I remember these things? I remember the Furfrou was here, too. Yo no sé mañana. Yo no sé mañana. There's just random people in this guy's backyard. That's so weird. Oh, it's so big. That's what she said. But it actually is really large. Alright. Ooh, let's pick that up. Yo no sé banana. Yo no sé banana. Thank you. Thank you for the claps. I know I'm amazing. Did we almost verse that trainer? Hey, Furfrou. I remember this being such a pain when I was a kid. This was like in Pokemon Gaia. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. I don't want to know about your pee-pee. Fair enough. Big P, give me a hand. Haha, she calls me Big P. We gotta chase him.
Hello there.
If the two of us work together, we can solve the puzzle. What's up, Cortez? This is your favorite Pokemon game? Really? Well, I'm glad I'm playing it then. This is a randomizer. It's a hardcore randomizer. It's actually pretty crazy rules that don't want to pop. Oh, there they are. Okay, girl. Let's see. I want you to stand. I want you to stand here, okay? Yes, stand here. She's so happy. She's such a happy girl. Okay, now the plan is to push him up. Let's see if it works. You fascist! Oh my god. Oh. Alright, let me get her back. Come here. Yes. Whammon. Am I right? Okay, I want you to stand here, okay? Yes. Good whammon. Okay, let's go this way. That's so messed up. I'm telling the whammon where to go. No, come. Oh, he goes a different way depending on where we block it. Oh, that's actually kind of interesting. Aha. So now he only has 2 squares. So if I go forward, he goes to the middle. Wait, that's so stupidly annoying. Okay. Come here.
Hello there.
Oh my god. Welcome, Black Rose. Unpopular opinion, but Between the Lines was better than Sesame Street. What? I don't even remember what Between the Lines. I don't even know what Between the Lines is. Between the Lions. What is this? Am I too young? What is this? Between the Lions. Oh, this actually kind of looks familiar. I'll be honest though, I don't think I watched this much as a kid. I was more of a Sesame Street boy. Sesame Street boy! Or man. So I could see why that's an unpopular opinion, Black Rose. Yes! I'm a genius. Are we close to cornering it? Oh my god, yes. Calm down. I got you. She's trying to hint to me, but I know where to go. Oh! Oh, damn. Wait, stand here. Why IQ minus? What'd I do? Alright. Unless he literally runs across from me. Oh my god, we did it! Wow, I was a really dumb kid, because that took me like 2 hours when I was a kid. I remember literally being frustrated for that. What? Yellow card? Well, we're not playing football, or as Americans say, soccer. Sesame Street target audience is a bit younger, I think. Ah. Yo, I dressed up. I dressed up as Cookie Monster. I used to love Cookie Monster because I love cookies as a kid. I dressed up. I went to school, and then I really needed to poop. And I went to the bathroom, and oh my god, that was that was not a good time. But I really liked Elmo also. And then I grew up and found out that he rape a kid. That's cool, I guess. Thanks for the IQ plus. How wonderless. We should put on a show. Fireworks. Oh yeah, this is when... This is when they both like... This is when they like have a love scene in the game. Yo, it's so crazy how nostalgia like takes over. Like, I'm remembering this game so vividly in my head. And it took me so much longer to beat it. I was such a dumb kid. I guess it is for kids. What's a Grip Claw? Also, did they add a bunch of items in this gen or the gen before? Because I don't remember much, but like... yeah. Let me see. So many Spanish songs. By the way, anyone is more than welcome to put on music. If you'd like to listen to something that's not Spanish. Not that there's anything wrong with Spanish, but yeah. Let me see what that does. Extends the duration of multi-turn attacks like Bind and Wrap. That's actually very interesting. Elmo's voice actor was cleared of those charges. Oh, was he? Oh, then I shouldn't say that so casually. Oh my god, we needed cut. I wonder if cut is necessary in this game. I don't remember. But Jesus, imagine I skipped this over. There's just dumb man. Some things don't change. You want to monopolize all the music, yeah? Well, that's why there's a limit to how much. Oh, loser trainer. Loser trainer. He's going to stand there for like all of eternity. He was cleared? Okay. Then I'm definitely going to stop saying that. Thank you, Huchiyama. Is that like Hariyama? I swear, there's so many people who have like Japanese sounding names. Are you Japanese, Huchiyama? The moment of truth. If it's okay that I ask. Would you like to give a tip? No. I remember I gave tips as a kid and I was so disappointed that it literally comes with nothing. Like they give you nothing. I actually remember a lot of this game. When did this game come out? Let's check it out real quick. Pokemon Y release date. I was born in 97. So I was 16. Oh, I wasn't that much of a kid. I was in high school. Damn, I was in high school when this game came out? How time flies. And Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire came out in 2014. And Pokemon Sun and Moon in 2016. Wow. This is already recent. I'm surprised for anyone who's wondering because I've been playing a lot of like older games or ROM hacks on like older game engines. Like Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Emerald and stuff. And that was like my childhood, like childhood. But this is more so like I guess my young adulthood or young, yeah, I don't know. I'm not Japanese, truth be told. I made it up when I was like 10 to 12. Yo, RuneScape, bro. Oh my god, I miss RuneScape. And not have a name with numbers. Well, you're smart, man. First of all, Huchiyama sounds so Japanese, so if you like Japanese culture or whatever, that's cool. Second of all, I'm the idiot that literally named myself Green Armor 5 because Green Armor was taken. So, on RuneScape. So, you're yeah. It's kind of just funny. I'm not racist, Yesik. I'm everything but racist. Oh yeah, this is the love scene. I remember this. Let's go to full screen for this to appreciate it. The music matches perfectly too. Well, I kind of want to hear the in-game music for a second. I don't remember what it sounds like for this scene. Da, da, da. There's no easy way to... Okay, there we go.
You know, I've never watched fireworks alone with a boy before.
Oh my god, this is so beautiful. Wait, let me make this better for you guys.
I've never watched fireworks alone with a boy before. Oh my god. We haven't even seen them yet, but I know I'll never forget these fireworks.
Wait, I got this. I'm trying to go full Hollywood for you guys, okay? Wait, I'm looking for a button, okay? I'm not that professional. There we go. Wait, is that a good button? There's a delay on stream. Okay, that's yeah. I mean, it just zoomed in a little bit. It made like no difference. Never mind.
'Cause I watched them with you, Punk. Oh my god! These fireworks are crazy!
Anyway. Wow, that was amazing. Okay. I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore. Okay. I love on bottom, look at me. What the hell? I love Japanese culture, however, it has no influence on me. I found that a lot of people on Twitch love Japanese culture. Though I started to watch anime for real around that age too. Ah, interesting. Around 10, 12. The funny thing is, I didn't start watching anime until like college or like high school. Late into my high school career or whatever, like into high school years. And then I just really, really got into, like, in college, I would binge watch anime like crazy. Then I moved to Japan and lived there. And now I'm back home in New York. The Pokey Float. I wasn't looking for a bottom. You look like a Karen. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. I just realized how little I used to read when I played Pokemon games. I would just grind. Well, what anime do you like, Uchiyama? And what should I call you? It was the Castle's Treasure, but I took it as a payment for a loan. What a rich bastardo. Here's the Pokefloat. Imagine if we weren't there. What would happen? I want to make a lot of memories, but I think I'll try and forget them. Is that what she just said? What? And we learn a bit about Mega Evolution, which we already know about. And we get a lot of TMs early game. It's kind of crazy. I didn't consider Pokemon anime because I was ignorant, but technically with Dragon Ball, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! That was popular on Cartoon Network was all anime. Yeah! Same. Exactly the same. I think I was more ignorant before I traveled. I think I don't know if you're American, but a lot of Americans don't travel much, and I think that's what doesn't allow them to be as open to certain things. But forget about that, like we were kids, we didn't really know. But yeah, I didn't realize Pokemon was anime. It was also I watched it in English. I didn't watch sub. So same with Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't watch much of those though. I used to watch a lot of TV, but like my parents were very strict with electronics, so I would go to my cousin's house to watch all that stuff. Avatar is one of the only ones where I like watched when I was a kid. Put the wig for the song? No. I already put on the wig today. I will not put on the wig for you. But I can see how it matches. Avatar is so good, bro. I've done a tier list for it, but we might do another one in the coming days because I got so much flack for it last time, and I have to rewatch it to really do a good tier list on it. But yeah, Avatar is amazing. I used to love Atla before it became popular to love Atla. It's like one of the only American cartoons that's like an anime in a lot of ways, you know? Which is what I think makes it good. I think a lot of American cartoons are just... They don't have a story. They're very, like, episodic, you know? Which I don't like that much. 2 years older than you, I think. Yeah, I was born in 97. So you're 95. Yep, we'll probably share some same experiences. I mean, we're both on Twitch right now, so that's one. But yeah, for sure. For sure. And yeah, we're both American, both in our 20s, both making good money streaming. Oh no, that's where it stops. Oh, we'll just verse her. It's whatever. There's so many trainers that are optional in this game, though. I didn't realize that. Eriko. Damn it, why does she have so many? She has the same amount of Pokemon as some of the gym leaders in this game. I am not good at math. Wait, what did I say? If you wanna be my lover. It's like a karaoke song right there. What type is Bisharp again? I always forget. I'm still such a noob in Pokemon. But I've learned a lot. Bisharp is Dark Steel. You know what? Again, when I don't know what to use, just use Dragon Rage. It'll work for now. I wish this game was bigger than it was. I adored the story. Really? That's so interesting. I really love certain aspects of this game, but other aspects I don't like. Like, I think it has one of the worst bad guys in any Pokemon game. Like, the twist with Lysandra is cool, but like having if you don't see it as a twist or whatever, but like having like fashion be the main focus was so weird to me personally. But that's also because maybe I don't really care about fashion much. Oh, is this Avatar? This sounds like Avatar. No, it's not. Why does the beginning sound like from Legend of Korra? That was really weird. You don't want to listen to The Baby? Okay. I mean, you requested a song, so you could skip it. Shame, shame, shame. Damn, you just want to let the whole world know that you watch Game of Thrones, yeah, I say? Jessica. But yeah, I don't know. I was a big fan. To be honest, I don't remember all my feelings because last time I played this game I think was when it originally came out, which every Pokemon game when it originally comes out I get excited for. But what the hell? Oh, I forgot that's a thing. I think it was the first 3D game, right? But what did I want to say? Yeah, the bad game thing was weird. I like that there's like 4 or 5 friends you have and they actually verse people around you. I'm actually starting to remember. I did like a lot of like. It was the first 3D thing, so it was like cool in that way. The villain team is garbage. Okay, I'm happy that's not controversial here. I liked how they made it a bit darker and touched on the death of Pokemon and War. Well, I like N. That's what I like about N. Which game was N in? Was that like 6th gen? I think N was cool. I also liked Sun and Moon, even though I think a lot of people didn't like it. I mean, you don't... I don't... Yeah. You're not spoiling for me, but... I mean, I don't remember everything, but yeah. For people who might have not played the game before, sure. It was a good show. Game of Thrones was so overrated, but it was a good show. Your last song? I'm not... Black, white. I'm white and pink is black. That's not even true, yes. Oh, it was in black, white? Yo, my mind is all over the place with the generations. So we had Kanto, like Johto, Kanto, Hoenn. Like those are easy to remember because those are closer to my childhood. And then you had like Diamond and Pearl, obviously. You had 5th gen. What was 5th gen? Oh, 5th gen was black and white. The one right before this one. And then it was X and Y. And then Sun and Moon. And I'm excluding remakes, obviously, here. Sun and Moon. Yeah, I think that's right. I got you the Pokeflute, baby. Last season was just garbage. Yeah, a lot of people hated how the last season turned out. I thought it was okay. I just thought overall the show was like a good show, but any show that has every episode like 1 hour long is just too long for me. That's why I love like anime, because it's like 20-minute boom, 20-minute boom. They resolve something usually at the end of 20 minutes, or there's a cliffhanger. It makes it interesting to keep watching. Whereas 1 hour episodes of shows are 45 minutes. It's like half of the episode is like just looking at scenery. One Piece is like that, but... Alright, let's see if we're going to catch Snorlax. If it's an ice Pokemon. What are you going to be? Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, Galar. Yes. What do you think 9th gen will be? I have to play a Johto game. Mian Shao. Obviously not an ice type, but actually cool Pokemon. That might own us and is a high level. What the hell? We're just gonna Dragon Rage because I don't know if we'll be able to run away. Oh, we might have to train up soon. Rumors say Italy. Interesting. Well, what did they have so far? They had Japan. They had New York, which is cool because I live in New York. Oh my god, what berry is that? Why do Pokemon have Citrus Berry at this point? That's so weird. It's kind of crazy, actually. They did Japan, they did New York, they did France with this game, right? They did like Hawaii, I guess. So Italy is the rumors. Interesting. Italy. So it might have a lot of water, and then they might push you towards a Sicily type place, right? Oh, Italy will be so beautiful. I think they could make that so beautiful. Especially Venice. Imagine playing in Venice. That would be cool. Yeah, Japan. Yeah, that's right. The first 3 gens I know for sure are Japan. But 4th gen, Brilliant Diamond was also Japan. Yeah. Unova was New York. France in this game. Hawaii is Alola. Oh, yeah, England. Right. England with Galar region, yeah. I actually forgot about that for a second. The one thing I will have to figure out is how to deal with let's just take care of the Poke Flute. Let's go. How to deal with HMs. I didn't think about that, unfortunately. Okay, before going up ahead, should we heal up or... Nope. We're not healing up. I think Gen 4 is Japan. I don't remember. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first 3 are, but... Japan. It didn't work. Wait, did it work? I don't hear anything. Lol. That's funny. It usually works. I'll tell you what, Jessica. I'll give you the points back. Cause it feels bad, man. And I'll mark the rest as completed. So it's easier to deal with. Okay, cool. Both this region and Alola have bad villains. Honestly, I liked Team Skull, which might sound kind of hypocritical because I don't like this team's. But Team Skull, at first I thought it was kind of dumb, but then I kind of like. It's just like Team Rocket, in the sense that it's just thugs, you know. Plus they had 2 bad guys and stuff, but it's just thugs, which is kind of normal, you know. I kind of liked that. And the bad guy in that team wasn't like... He became a good guy, kind of. Like, he was a bit conflicted. Like, he wasn't all bad, you know? And then N, obviously, was really cool to me. Or not N. The guy that was, like, an emo kid that turned good. I thought he had an interesting character development or whatever. He reminds me right now, just because we talked about Avatar, of, like, Zuko. But I like Team Skull. I give you back your points, Jessica. My bad. It almost never, but sometimes doesn't work. Ooh. This game tells you like how to do everything. They're like, this is where you raise your eggs. Speaking of Italia, I follow a gymnast who's very hot. We chat from time to time, but not that much. It's one of my reasons to learn Italian. That's an interesting reason to learn Italian. Technically, we can't use the daycare because duplicates aren't allowed. But good to know that it's pretty useless to know that it's there. What the hell? Oh yeah, that's one of our friends. I'm like, why is she running like that? Jesus Christ, you can make so much progress in this game without battling trainers. That's insane. Okay, we're gonna train a little bit in the grass. I want to get another ice Pokemon. Guzma, yeah, Guzma. Let's go. Italia and Español. Guzman and Gladion. Yes. Welcome back, by the way, Prince. He's like, I was always here. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I really... Gladion... Okay, guys. Gladion's theme... Like, you cannot tell me this theme is not, like, one of the best themes ever. I think it's one of the... It's possibly my favorite theme, aside from nostalgic themes, in Pokemon games. Here Dot. Wow, what's up, bro? Long time no see. For those that forgot it, this is how it sounds. It sounds so good. You were always here? Yeah, I know. I figured. It was a weird play on misled kids, or maybe you could call them delinquents. They weren't actually bad. Yeah, that's why I kind of liked it, because it was different. Well, I mean, it's always different, but because they weren't bad. It wasn't like... I like when things aren't like bad or good. It felt like it had more depth, you know? How you doing here, Dot? Long time no talk, long time no see. Yeah. Ditto? What? We just ran into a Ditto. Technically, he could become an ice Pokemon, but I don't think that's how it works. They weren't like a black and white, good or evil kind of bad guys, yeah. I mean, 3rd gen was similar too. They were just dumb bad guys in 3rd gen. If you guys remember. 3rd gen was literally like... Okay, I'm going to speed up the emulator here, because I want to run into more Pokemon. New job, new life. Oh yeah, how's the new job going? Is it a lot of work? Among Us. Yo, Among Us before Among Us came out. In this game, the bad guy's pretty much a bad guy. Which, I mean, when it's surprise bad guys, that's cool, but it's not as interesting, I feel like. My internet is ass in my new office. Aw, that's an awe in chat. Among Us. Oh no, I shouldn't have mentioned it. Yo, I wish we could catch a Hone Edge. Hone Edge used to be Uber. I wonder, like, well, not Hone Edge, Aegislash. I wonder, like, what he is now in competitive or whatever. Oh no, I think I've asked this before, and someone told me he's not, like, as good anymore. Guys, doesn't this song sound great? Oh, I think it sounds so good. It reminds me of, like, Mega Man. Oh my god, once I freaking love Mega Man Battle Network games. Those were a big part of my childhood too. Well, let's see what Pokemon. Aron. I think that was the first shiny Pokemon I ever caught. Like legit shiny. Not even emulator. Come on. Oh, I forgot about the Horde Pokemon. Wait, can you catch Pokemon with Horde Pokemon? I completely forgot about that mechanic in this game. That would be such a faster way to find ice Pokemon. But obviously none of these are ice. It is a dope shiny to have. What is it? What color was it? I think he had orange eyes. I don't think it looks that much different. Aron shiny. Alright, but that was that theme. I absolutely loved that. Yeah, he literally just has orange eyes. Or red eyes, rather. I'm sorry, red eyes. But that's because I just remember him as an Aron. But obviously when he evolves, he turns green like this. So that is pretty dope. So, some shinies don't look that good, you know? I'm gonna do a shiny lock possibly next after this one. I usually don't reveal what the next Nuzlocke will be, but I'm thinking of a shiny lock next. I think you've got to beat all but one until you can't catch it. Ah, what a team to fight. Yeah. It'll be easier to travel next year. Hopefully. Hopefully. I mean, with the new strain and countries board closing off again. Ooh, Basculin. I like Basculin. It's hard to say what'll happen in life. Life is crazy right now. Did you watch... Oh, you're not. I'm glad to have some news from you. Yes. Did I miss a message? I didn't. They kind of default to green for shiny Pokemon. Yeah! When I mentioned that, I was thinking of Mew, which I think is green shiny. I think they try to inverse colors a lot. I mean, Charizard shiny looks good, right? Black. But then, like, his... I don't know what shiny Charizard looks when he... when he Mega Evolves. Like, X Mega Evolves. Because, like, he's black with his Mega Evolution, right? So what would he look like otherwise? Yeah, I don't want to battle yet. I think they have kind of high-level Pokemon. I think Dragon Rage is still okay. I don't know. What do you guys think? We only have this one guy too. We're going up against level 14 in the wild. The next level cap is at 25. I think I'm gonna verse one trainer, see what level they have, what level Pokemon they have, and see what happens. It's the same as the old one, 3D design, but in a much better company with much better possibilities. Hell yeah, bro. Hey! Arigato gozaimasu, bro. Thank you for the sub. Oh my god. I'm kind of mad. Buy yourself a what with this? I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Oh my god, guys. We gotta do the sub song. Thank you for the sub. Thank Thank you for the sub. Oh, buy yourself a Lambo. Here, Dad. I'll do that, bro. I'll be sure to buy myself a Lambo. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for the follow, bro. Mew is a light... Oh, yeah, that's right. Mew is a light blue. Why did I think green? You're right. Mew is light blue. Thank you for the hydrate. No, you did not get a sub. You're going to still want to find another ice type soon. True. I wonder if I could just solo it. I mean, up to a certain point I can with Dragon Rage, but... Charizard is black overall. Oh, so he's black even shiny when he Mega Evolves to X? Pinky boy, we need to talk later. True. Yes, sorry. I'm slow sometimes. See you here, Dad. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for the sub. Arigatou gozaimasu, bro. Okay. I know you like swallowing. I do in fact like swallowing. How'd you know that? No, I don't, bro. Come on. Oh my god, it's level 16? I think I'm gonna have to heal Luck. I thought his name was Lurk for a second. I'm gonna have to heal Luck. So we have more Dragon Rage PP. PP. I love that they have painters. This game is actually pretty cool in a lot of ways, but yeah. It's very nice. Bruh, what's the bruh for? What did I do? What I do? I'm Jesus, I can't speak English. But I'm also kind of interested to see, because I don't remember, or to compare each Pokemon... What? Each Pokemon game, and see like at what point do you get access to experience share? At what points do you know, how long does it take to get to the second gym from the first? You know, how many routes and stuff. Yeah, I speak some Japanese. But yeah, I want to compare all that stuff. I speak... Hello, Rael. Welcome. I speak like conversational Japanese. Wrong grammar, but people can understand me. I would hope to speak something after 2 years in Japan, but it's definitely hard. Hey, Japan is cool. Okay, Yesek? Read the bio and was curious? Yep. I speak conversational. Not amazing, but... Oh my god. I wanted to train in the grass, but I forgot there's Ditto here. I've seen the AI one time use Ice Punch on a pure Steel type, and it only did 1 damage. That's an awe. That sucks. It depends on the level and the defense and stuff. What was the Pokemon? Do you remember, Rail? Oh, I can't even do double battles here. Still only have one guy. All right, have an amazing night. Thanks for popping in, Jessica. It's been a while. I saw you kind of recently, but yeah. Let's verse this painter and ruin her painting. Magikarp. I wish you could steal... I was about to say, I wish you could steal Pokemon from trainers. And we literally did that last Nuzlocke. For anyone curious, you could check out my YouTube. I post Pokemon Nuzlocks. And I'm in the middle of editing 2 of them right now, but yeah. Alright, we're gonna use Icy Winds. I'm not gonna waste Dragon Rage right here. It was a Mega Aggron? Damn. 1 damage is pretty cray-cray, though. Ice on Steel. You know, I memorized all the type effects, because I've been playing Pokemon since a kid, but I'm just so dumb that I'm such a dumbass that I just don't remember, like, the effectiveness a lot. But yeah, Ice is 1/2 against Steel, right? Sheesh. What are Aggron's stats aren't that bad though, right? Mega Aggron also has better stats, obviously, but 1 damage is still pretty insane. All right, time to verse her. Oh wait, oh it's a double battle. Oh, I just realized that. I didn't really need to heal up. Ice type is one that needs a buff. I don't know if I would agree with that. Ice types definitely have a lot of weaknesses, but they have powerful moves. Like Ice Beam, and you have Blizzard if you have the hail like warning or whatever. And they tend to have bulky guys. They don't have there aren't many ice types. But like Mamoswine is pretty bulky. Walrein is not bad. Obama Snow is not bad-ish. I think they need to buff grass types. I think there are we got to take out Goodra. I think there are so many like it has more than 40 HP. Or a little more maybe. Don't confuse. Why are you confusing me? Because I'm a legendary? Grass Pokemon just suck. Grass Pokemon are terrible. Rollout kind of looks cool in this game. I'm just going to take out Goodra here. Actually, we could lose the run here because I can't use items and you hit yourself, you idiot. But I think we'll be okay. Why are they only attacking me? Oh, wait, Bubble hits both. Right. I mean, I should be fine. Nightshade? Yeah, Ice Pokemon have so many weaknesses, though. I don't know why Ice kills Ground, also. That's so, like, random. But, you know what? I'll take it. Ground Pokemon are... Oh, wait, Icy Wind could hit both of them. Is that worth the hit? I mean, Rollout might kill Lampent. And he's just a pure Dragon, Goodra, no? What does Ice do on Dragon? It's like... What, super effective? I'm an idiot. Yeah, so let me just use... I should have been using Icy Wind here. That was really dumb. And... Oh, yes! I forgot he was confused. I could have killed Goodra before. I'm so dumb. Here are the other trios that work like the starters. Ooh, yes, let me read this. This might help me. Rock, Fire, Steel. Rock, Flying, Fighting. And Poison, Grass, Ground. Which one is the most interesting to you? Oh, you're saying... So, Rock, Fire, Steel. Oh, I see what you mean. Rock, Flying, Fighting. Poison, Grass, Ground. I think Rock, Fire, Steel would be the most interesting. Actually, that's actually a hard one. See, because I think Poison's kind of useless. Oh my god, he has Ancient Power. That's so awesome. So many like legendaries have Ancient Power. We'll just go with Icy Wind here. Grass, as I said before, kind of sucks. Ground, I feel like, is so good. Yeah, I think Rock, Fire, Steel I would like out of that. How about you? Rock, Flying, Fighting sounds interesting, but because there's so many fire fighting types, Jesus, we gained a lot of XP. Moltres? Jesus Christ. I mean, he might kill us. Why is there a Moltres? Wait, Ancient Power is the best move here, right? Moltres is pure fire. Or no, wait, Fire Flying. Fire Flying. So, like, Ancient Power makes the most sense, right? I'm just gonna Ancient Power. Please one-hit KO it. Oh, okay, good. Mono-type challenges are hard. It's the first one I'm doing, but yeah. Then again, like, you're gonna have Rock, Flying, Fighting doesn't have any of the original 3 types. Of course, Firefighting with Blaziken and Emboar and all the others, but I think there's 1 or 2 others, right? But still, imagine having a Moltres as a 10-year-old kid. Jesus Christ. And no one addresses it. Oh God. Oh, we don't need to go in there, do we? Stop rolling around. Connecting Cave, this is a shortcut to Silagi City. The Amber Town shortcut is southwest. This game holds your hand and I love it, I'm not gonna lie. I guess every Pokemon game does to an extent. Ice type should resist water, and they keep making defensive Ice type Pokemon when Ice has some of the best offense, as you mentioned. Well, Ice type is 1/2 against water, no? Yeah, Ice type is 1/2 against water. Should resist water? Yeah. I think that, yeah. I mean, in terms of what makes sense, it's a lot of things don't make sense in Pokemon type wise, but yeah, I would probably agree with that. Yeah, that's so true. I think they make ice types tanky because they have so many weaknesses. But if you make them fast and strong, then they could be like glass cannons, which are obviously useful as well. So yeah, we could heal up outside of battle, so we're gonna do that. Especially since we're gonna get super potions later anyway, so we might as well use regular potions here. I like Rock, Fire, and Steel the most, but Rock, Flying... What is the most powerful... Like, what's the most offense... Or, like, offense stat-wise and speed ice type? Like, it's probably, like... Like, what, Articuno? I don't even know if Articuno is. I'm just assuming. Because, like, a lot of the other ones are tanky, but even if they're strong, they're, like, slow. I'm assuming, like, Articuno is kind of fast. I mean, Lapras is pretty good overall, but... I like Rock, Fire, and Steel the most, but Rock, Flying, and Fighting is interesting too. Yeah, Rock, Fire, and Steel just sounds cool. The thing with Rock, Flying, and Fighting is that Flying just... I think... Oh my god, you could pass by that trainer. I think Flying is just one of the worst types. Like, it just has so many weaknesses. Weevil is the fastest ice type. Ah, okay. A lot of people do love Weevil. I would love to get a Weevil. I'd love to get anything. We're here to power up your Pokédex. Yeah. Okay. Articuno is second. Oh, okay, so I was kind of close. He's also a legendary. Kyurem is Kyurem, I think, was 90 speed when I checked last. Golduck. Golduck and Psyduck, the two Pokemon that make no sense. Like relative to each other. Excuse me. Articuno is second. Ooh, Mew. Oh my god, none of them are ice though. I think we're gonna do more monotype possibly in the future as well, just because we're gonna do a lot of Nuzlocke, and we just did two ROM hacks, and Nuzlocke, but it's gonna get me to remember like types and stuff much better, which is good. I'm gonna save here just because, you know, saving is good. Nothing in that rock. What a long... This is such a cool area. I don't remember a lot of this game, to be honest. I remember it more as I play it, though. As I said before, like, last time I played it was when it came out, which is 8 years ago, I think, right? So that's kind of crazy. Did we just ignore that trainer? Let's see if there are any wild Pokemon we have here. Oh, this is the girl that fights. Oh, in this game you could, like, if you have a flying type, you do flying type battles, right? Was it this game that introduced that? That was so cool. Oh my god. We had to release a Tyranitar and now Salamence pops up in front of us. Imagine it was a regular Nuzlocke. We could just catch a frickin' Salamence. Rock, Flying, and Fighting is a better trio than Psychic, Dark, and Fighting. They're more complete. Yeah, maybe. I didn't give it enough thought, but I'll take your word for it. I will say that Psychic, Dark, and Fighting is really weird. I feel like Dark is just randomly there. Ice is my favorite typing. I just want more cool Ice type Pokemon designs. Yeah, I think Ice is really, really cool too, to be honest. I mean, one of the reasons I did Ice was because it's the least amount of Pokemon in any Pokemon game is, or like in all the Pokemon games combined, is Ice type Pokemon. So I thought it would be like an interesting, like, it would be a hard challenge as my first monotype, like Nuzlocke. And then also because, like, winter's coming up, but also because I like Ice. Ice is just so cool. And, like, it's ice, you know? Like, as a kid, if someone said, what, you want to be an airbender, a waterbender? Like, I liked waterbending. And ice comes with that. Ice is just cool overall. Recent years, we got an ice cream cone. Yeah, that's true. And a sheet of ice. Well, with the DLC from Sword and Shield, the spoiler alert, there's like I think it's from the DLC. I didn't get the DLC, but I'm assuming they're from the DLC. The Arcto whatever, and then the legendary guy, that's an ice type. So that's something, but yeah, it's definitely not much. I actually have it right here. So Gen 7 and Gen 8, they introduced 7 ice type Pokemon, or 8. One of which I don't know if you could even, it obviously counts, but like Mr. Rhyme, like I don't know. You got the ice cube is kind of interesting, but it's literally just an ice cube. Deontay, oh my god, what the hell? Deontay is a mythical, no, or a legendary? What typing is Deontay? I don't remember. It sounds like Beyonce. I'm probably saying her name wrong, or its name wrong. It's a fairy. Is it a fairy rock? It looks like a fairy rock. Ice cube is a meme. Yeah, Mr. Rhyme doesn't count in my heart either. I don't like I don't like, it's not that I don't like, but it feels weird to me when they just change the colors of a Pokemon and they call it a different Pokemon. It's just weird. Hopefully Steel and Fire types won't end the run. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Articuno, not Articuno. Moltres was a bit scary, but we had Ancient Power, thankfully, there. We definitely need at least one more Pokemon to at least, kill off. But I'm just so dumb for not getting that Glalie. Oh, I love Ampharos. I think electric types are really cool, too. What other... To be fair, though, most Pokemon designs are not that crazy, or I don't know about most, but a lot of them aren't. Like if you think about Muck, it's just like slime. like you could go back to Gen 1 and see just stupid Pokemon. Oh my god, I shouldn't have versed this guy. Volcanion. And we're getting to the levels where Dragon Rage won't one-hit KO. Volcanion is... What typing is it? Is it just pure fire? I forget. Oh, he's a fire water, right? Electric, rock, and ground kill him. So obviously we'll go with Ancient Power here. We're not risking anything. Arctofossils are bad to me. Don't do too much. Oh, he didn't do too much. Wait. Oh my god, I forgot. Right, because he's a Dragon Ice. Fire actually... Fire doesn't do much to him. Oh, I should have Dragon Rage there instead of wasting Ancient Power, but it is what it is. Right. Fire isn't super effective on Kyurem. We got Fighting Rock, Dragon Steel, Fairy. Ice isn't super effective because Ice counters Ice for the Dragon part. Then you got Dragon and Fairy killing him, and Fighting Rock, Steel just always kills Ice, right? It's so weird to me how Fighting Rock and Steel kill Ice. It just seems so weird. Jesus, we got a lot of XP for that. Yeah, I still haven't played the DLC. I want to get to them eventually. We're gonna just go Dragon Rage here. Water gun. Yeah, I knew I could tank water moves with luck. Being a dragon. Dragon is 1/2 against... Yeah, it's good because it's like easy to remember. It's like fire. I'm looking at the thing right now, the chart, to remind myself, but like it's like fire, water, electric, grass. Like those are all kind of go together. Oh, Torchic. Dragon Rage. I mean, Torchic probably doesn't have much HP, but I had like 42 HP. Peck. But like Steel gets so confusing because Steel is like, it's like, yeah, it's just so weird. Like, why is water and electric like normal on it, but then grass and ice are 1/2? It's just so like weird to me. Shame that Alolan Ninetales is quad weak to Steel. What is Alolan Ninetales? It's ice. Isn't Ninetales just normal? I don't remember what Alolan Ninetales is. I mean fire. Isn't it Ninetales just fire? But Alolan Ninetales I thought was just ice, no? See how ignorant I am, guys? How dumb I am? All ice Pokemon past Gen 4. Gen 5 gave us Vanillico, a bear. I like Beartic. I think Beartic is cool. And Beartic has a lot of physical attack, which surprised me. I found that out on my last Nuzlocke, or the one before that, actually. I was really surprised, but he has... Okay, we're going to potion up. I don't want to screw up because I'm talking too much. I don't know where the next town is, but I'm not taking risks. Yeah, the snowflake was really dumb. Kroganil or whatever. I thought that was so stupid. I don't know why they did that. That was... Oh, not gonna verse you. I really need a new... We need a new ice type. It's Ice and Fairy? Ah, okay, that makes sense. Or, like, as much sense as it could make. Ice and Fairy. Okay. Alright, let's see if there's any wild Pokemon here. Oh, Slowking. Slowking would be so cool. Yeah, so after Gen 6, there was Crabonym, the crab guy, which honestly I think he looks so weird. The fighting ice guy. Ice-Q, Glastrier, which is the legendary from the DLC. Mr. Rime, which we mentioned. The Arctozolt, Arctovish, and then Snom and Frostmoth. I mean, Frostmoth is kind of like an okay design, no? Or like an interesting design, no? I feel like he's okay. Alolan Ninetales is a very cool looking Pokemon, though. This is like an ice Ninetales. Alolan Ninetales could have easily been its own Pokemon. I feel the same about many regional variants, though. Yeah, I don't like regional variants. I think it's like a lazy way of making Pokemon. It's like, give me a new Pokemon. And I used to think like, okay, maybe it's hard to like create Pokemon because you created so many already as a company. It's definitely hard to balance, right, against every other Pokemon there is. But you look up like fan-made art designs like for Pokemon sprites, and they're like, you see some amazing sprites. Like, people have great ideas, you know? And it just becomes like, oh, this is cool. I don't remember this. It just becomes like, okay, like, you could give us something cooler, you know? I had my hopes up for Frostmoth, but they made it laughably weak, yeah. I mean, it is like, I guess I'm assuming it's supposed to like emulate all the other like flying bug or Pokemon, you know, like from the original games and stuff, like Butterfly and whatever, Butterfree, Butterfly. But that would be my assumption for that. Thought they'd given us an ice type Volcarona. That would be cool. Yeah, I mean, the kind of sad part is like with Sun and Moon, they gave us more ice Pokemon, but they were like regional variants. Like, I don't know. Hey, we somehow made it here. What the hell? Yo, wait. Yeah, that's kind of true. There are no dolphin Pokemon, are there? There's like like Mantike, Mantine, whatever, but that's not a dolphin, obviously. That is kind of weird. They're getting desperate. Mew 3 is coming next gen at this point. I've heard of. Wait, were you the one that said that? Someone in chat has said that before about Mew 3. I gotta pee, guys. Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave a bit of an ad, and I'm gonna go pee pee. All right. Oh, I just I forgot to put the bathroom break screen, but it is what it is. Somehow we have no dolphin. Yeah, we have several seals. Yeah, we have Walren and we have Celio, right? Or Seal. His name is literally Seal, and then he evolves, but you know, or it evolves, whatever. Yo, I said the same thing, Rail. Like, fire grass would be so cool in my opinion. I don't know why there is no fire grass. We already have fire water, right? Fire water seems really cool too, you know. We have fire, yeah, Fulcrum, yeah. I mean, maybe if you consider Gorbis as a dolphin. Oh my god, Gorbis is one of the stupidest looking Pokemon. I don't know why they made Gorbis and Huntail. They just look so... Well, I know why, because they're like... Huntail's like an eel or whatever, but like... It's so dumb to me. But it doesn't quite meet the requirement. They've had plenty of opportunity. Poplio. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I wonder why. What the hell? A random person gives us Rock Smash in this game? Oh, it's not an HM in this game. Ah. I don't remember. I remember certain things, but... Is this the gym also... Oh no, this is the fossil lab. Do we have any fossils? I don't think we have fossils, but... Gorbis is one of those Pokemon that look better on the Game Boy and never translated well into 3D. I don't think it ever looked good, but that's just my opinion. I feel like it's trying to look... It's like a girl that like tries too hard to look good and it just looks fake. So it just looks weird. That's what Gorbis looks like to me. I don't know if that's weird, but... Oh, cutscene? Oh yeah, we're supposed to come here. Bro, I get so many girls in this game. Not in real life, though. It's okay. My name is Serena. We're researching Mega Evolution. All I know is that has to do with stones. Yes, I know about fossils. Don't tell me anything. Glittering Cave. I forgot the whole point of most of this game is to find out what Megastones are. They introduce Megastones and then they just leave it in this generation. Because Omega Ruby, Alpha, Sapphire are considered 6th gen. For anyone wondering why I said this generation. But like, only 2 games pretty much use this amazing... I think Mega Evolutions should have stayed. I think the Gigantamax is so weird to me. The thing where you power up a move, I really X power or whatever, I didn't like that. It seemed too weak, too weird. I don't know, it just seemed weak. Like not too special. The X ring thing. Z power, the Z thing, yeah, no, not the X. I hated that they didn't make a Z version and shoved the Z. Wait, was it Z ring or X ring? Whatever, I don't care anymore. I hated that Z moves. Yeah. I hated that they didn't make a Z version. Yeah, that's kind of weird to me. I never played Platinum, by the way. I want to play Platinum, but I was just thinking back. Like, did they make? So they didn't make Pokemon Z. They didn't do anything for Pokemon Sun and Moon. They didn't do anything for Sword and Shield. It seems like they got off that thing. Maybe they got a lot of complaints that it was like a ripoff, or maybe those games didn't do as well. I don't know. They did give us the Zygarde or whatever, the legendary, which you know, yeah. They shoved the Z story into Alola where it didn't fit. Yeah, the story leads you to believe they will have a continuation with the unfinished Zygarde stuff at the end. To be honest, I don't remember much, but I'll take your word for it. I have a bad memory. Okay, we have to get another Pokemon already. This is not good. In Glittering Cave, we might be able to find something. I might want to buy more Super Potions as well. Luck is just not enough. Justice gone. Yeah, I don't like Z moves. I think Mega Evolution was cool because it was the first thing that was different. And it made Pokemon look different and become more strong, but it was only one in your party. It was just really cool. But everything else kind of felt like a ripoff off of Mega Evolutions. Like they were trying to make something different. And Gigantamax was just... It didn't feel like Pokemon anymore. It felt like they just made some dumb thing for no reason. Not that I hate Sword and Shield. I actually enjoyed playing that game. But oh my god, it was so easy too. It was so easy until the champion. The champion had like over-leveled Pokemon for no reason. But yeah. That's one thing I really enjoyed about Brilliant Diamond and Pearl or whatever, like the remakes. That Cynthia is like actually hard. I thought that was cool. Oh yeah, you don't need HMs in this game, right? This is the first game where they actually introduced a lot of mechanics that or at least several mechanics that they use in future Pokemon games in this game. Like this has been repeated in future games, and we have wild Pokemon. Persian. I love how it says the wild Persian you stepped on attacked. Like we just stepped on this Pokemon. Shouldn't it have less life or be like squashed half to death? I can't escape? I don't want to train against... Oh my god, that's so bad. That's actually really bad, guys. If there's Pokemon that are faster than us and we can't escape, that's not good. Just let me freaking escape. I don't want to get... Oh my god. I don't want to get too much XP and go up over the level cap. I don't remember how much is left before the second gym. I was looking at the level caps, by the way, because the way they're determined is highest level of that gym leader. The first one is level 12, which is pretty normal from my experience, at least from what I remember. Then 25, then 32, 34, 37, 42, 48, 59, 68. Like between the first and second gym is like 13 levels. And then it becomes kind of normal. And between the 7th and 8th is 11 levels. Which is just like, Jesus. So obviously you have to do a lot in the game for that. Bro, not another Persian. Oh, a Spinda. Oh, we're gonna run away here. Like, I hate moving this stupid thing. Okay, there we go. I actually kind of disliked this because of when I initially played it, because of all the wild Pokemon. But now that I need good wild Pokemon, this is good. This is actually good. All right, how do I get off of you again? Oh, I'm such an idiot. Break it. Break it. Looks like he's look at him. He looks like he's dancing when he goes backwards. It's so funny. Okay. There we go. Bro, you're blocking the entrance. Just oh my god. Nintendo Leaks last year revealed they had 1 or 2 games in between Kalos and Unova. Kalos and Alola. When you say they had 1 or 2 games in between, like there's gonna be a storyline in. What do you mean exactly by that? I didn't know that. I do know that that people were able to get a lot of access to, or were able to like find out a lot about Brilliant Diamond before it came out and stuff like that. But there could be an X2, Y2, or a Z. Venomoth. One of the bug Pokemon we were talking about. For a second, I thought it was the other moth. So many moth Pokemon. Let me run away. Yes. X2, Y2. I think that would be really cool. X2 just sounds weird. I think it would be cooler if they had a Z, obviously. Bro, I keep forgetting I have to break the stupid rocks. Sasageru Rora. This is a beautiful song from the 80s in Japan. Break it. Aurora. I only know about it because of my friend in Japan who told me about it. Then I sang it at karaoke all the time, and Japanese people are like, "Oh, sugoi!" They're like, "How do you know this? I know this is a childhood song from me." And I'm like, I'm just that cool. I felt so cool in Japan. Back in America, I just... I feel normal. 80s Japanese music is nice, yeah. To be fair, I don't know too much of 80s Japanese music, but because I went out with coworkers that were like older. A lot of the older Japanese coworkers would put on a lot of those types of music. So yeah. Wait, we could get off here? Oh, that's a cave. Let's not verse this girl. Don't verse the guy. Yeah. Don't. Oh my god, so fast. The rollerblades are so fast. Neither do I, but what I've heard is definitely is different. Well, this is 80s Japanese, so. Oh, okay, this is where we're supposed to go. But I don't want to go where we're supposed. Can you like? Oh my god, bro. Oh, she doesn't verse you. I'm such an idiot. Okay, let's go see what's here. I know I skipped a lot of items, but I'm honestly excited for the Nuzlocke, but I'm also excited for the shiny lock. I want to do shiny lock. Already. Oh wait, we can't do a flying battle. Reaper cloth. Also, we might get some good items, from what I know. Sasageru. All right, let's save. I wish Twitch Sings was still a thing. I don't know if you guys know, and I didn't know because I wasn't on Twitch or I didn't know about it. But apparently, you could do karaoke on Twitch a couple of years ago, and it basically got removed because of copyright and stuff. Glittering cave. Give me an ice Pokemon. I got so lucky getting 2 ice Pokemon, and I just screwed up with Glalie. I'm so mad at myself for that. I remember this cave. This cool cave. Whee! Now we're just walking. Oh my god, it's kind of confusing. DMCA. Yeah. I mean, I found a workaround for it. Obviously, because you hear all the... What the hell? A Tyrantrum. I actually used Tyrantrum in my main playthrough, I think. But I don't want you. Yeah, I figured I could run away. It's pretty slow. I think the real reason they didn't have a Z and skip to Sun Moon is because the Switch was coming out soon and they didn't want to waste their resources, man. Ooh, that's actually a great hypothesis. And probably the reason... Like... Wait, what? Am I supposed to go this way? And probably the reason? Z on Switch would be so hype. 100%. What the hell? Did I just go the same way? I think Z on Switch... And is this a static Pokemon? Is it always Tyrantrum? It should be randomized. Anyway. Z on Switch would be too much work, I think, for them. Oh, I'm supposed... What the heck? Oh, after the Tyrantrum, I get access. Oh, I see how it is. That's basically the wild Pokemon encounters. Whiscash! Whiscash is such a cool Pokemon. I don't think they'll do it. I mean, I don't know. But, like, it seems like Pokemon... It seems like the company... Well, the newest game wasn't the same company, right? But it seems like they're going to different stuff. Like, they're going to mobile games. They have art. Ooh, Emolga. I think Emolga is a cool Pokemon, but it's kind of sucky. But Jesus, I get distracted so easily. I think that's basically what it is. Like with Arceus coming out soon. No, don't paralyze me, please. I can't hit it with a physical move because he might have static, and I'm paralyzed. But what I wanted to say was that like they're doing a lot of different stuff, but also it seems like the game that just came, like Brilliant Diamond and Sparkling Pearl or whatever, they're pretty much copies of... They're pretty much faithful remakes with the same exact engine and same exact, like, everything as Sword and Shield. Ooh, Dragon Claw's here? What the hell? I'm pretty sure items are randomized too, by the way, so... But Jesus Christ, we just got Dragon Claw. Are you freaking kidding me? That's so lucky. I think we'll teach it right now. I don't know if he learns it later up when he evolves. Or not when he evolves, when he levels up. but I mean, I think this is worth it. Oh, it shows the attack and special attack in this game, which is actually really, really, really nice. What do I want to take out? Probably Imprison. I mean, Imprison could be cool to prevent Dragon Claw from hitting me, but then he's not that fast. Obviously, Dragon Rage is an option to take out. It always hits 40, but Dragon Claw is probably better at this point. Dragon Claw also has more PP. So maybe take... What do you guys think? I think taking out Dragon Rage is better. They didn't even need to do Arceus if they had just redone Coliseum and Gale of Darkness. I've never played Coliseum or Gale of Darkness, but yeah. I've looked into it a bit. I mean, they redid Pokemon Snap. Oh, they also re-released Mystery Dungeon, which was awesome. I used to get so frustrated and still addicted to Mystery Dungeon. That was such a cool game. Pokemon Rangers was fun also as a kid, but yeah. They're doing a lot of testing. Brilliant Diamond, I heard, has a lot of issues. I did a 24-hour stream on it, and I didn't run into any issue, really, but... Okay, I think I'm going to take out Dragon Rage. I think that's the smartest thing here. I mean, he has 57 attack. So, yeah. On those, you could literally steal Pokemon. Yo! Wait, did I not teach Dragon Claw to him? What the hell? Oh, okay. I was like, what just happened? Oh, okay, in this game, TMs do stay. I forgot if it was this game or not. I don't remember if this was the first game to do it, but yeah. I actually like that, at least for Nuzlocke runs, because obviously it's nice. Oh my god, give me a Pokemon I could catch. What did I want to say? Yeah, I just played Pokemon Team Rocket Edition, which is a ROM hack where you play as Team Rocket. And you could steal Pokemon in that game, which was really fun. I made it, I think, the most unique Nuzlocke ever for that game. Not ever. What I'm trying to say is I don't think anyone else has made it that way exactly. But yeah. Oh, I actually was able to run away. That's probably going to come out in like 2 months because I have to edit so much. I really don't want to verse anyone here. But I don't want to waste... Is it a waste to use my Paralyze Heal right now? I feel like it's not. I'm gonna save again, and I'm gonna use Paralyze Heal. It looks like the end, but it looks like I might verse someone here too. I don't really remember. We'll just get a potion in there as well. I'll have to check it out. Yeah, it's great. It's amazing. I think it's... I only played 2 ROM hacks. Oh, Flare, right? Team Flare. Yo, look at him. Oh my god, it looks so stupid. Team Flare! No. Watch him have an ice Pokemon. Stupid grunt. But yeah, I'm excited to edit that video. I think it's going to be a lot. Yeah. It has some issues, but it's a completed ROM hack. So I would suggest saving it from time to time, but yeah. A Torkoal. They could have made Flare actually stylish. Doesn't Flare look so dumb? I mean, I don't know style, but like, Flare looks so dumb to me. What type is Torkoal? You know, I was trying to memorize all the types. He's just fire. So what confuses me is Torkoal is just fire, but the other one that's similar from 3rd gen is fire ground or fire something, which makes it so weird to me. Do I want to waste... Let's just use ancient power. Nothing's a waste in a Nuzlocke. How would you design Ooh, we got the stat increases too. How would you design Team Flare if you had the ability to? I keep forgetting fire's not super effective on him. What? Jesus, that did a lot of damage. We're just gonna ancient power again. Ancient power doesn't have 100% accuracy though, right? I think it has like 80 or 85 or 95. Jesus, we got double. I think it's a 5% chance for having the stat effects happen. I don't know if it's different in this game, but I know in previous games it was. So that's crazy. Aggron's ground rock, right? So Icy Wind should be super effective? No, it's not because it's neutral, right? It's not very effective. I'm an idiot. I probably could have Dragon Clawed it to death easily. Don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Let's go with Dragon Claw. I just want to see if he heals. He doesn't heal up. Dragon Claw. I'm an idiot. Wait, Steel. I always get. I'm taking too much damage. I always get confused with stupid Steel. So Steel, because Steel's 1/2 to like almost everything. I didn't know it was for Dragon too though, because Dragon has nothing 1/2. Like if you attack with a Dragon type move, it doesn't 1/2 anything except Steel. Oh my god, Steel's so annoying. So wait, let me study Steel for a second. Poison doesn't affect Steel. Water and electric affect it normally. Fire super effective, obviously. Fighting super effective. Ground super effective. Yeah, everything else is 1/2. Jesus. And you're level 19, which is not bad. I think we're doing okay level-wise. As I can go. You're a pretty tough trainer for a kid. Yeah, and you burned my Pokemon, and I don't... Wait, did he burn? Oh no, he didn't burn him. He put me in the vortex. I'm not a style guru, but I'm certain they could definitely do better. Same. I'm not one either. I just think it's dumb to have like... Oh, I really need a new Pokemon. I think it's just dumb to have like a team that's whole thing is based off fashion. It is a kid's game, but yeah. Team Flare admins and Lysandra are fine. I think Lysandra looks so dumb. I mean, like, look at him. Lysandra. Oh my god, Lysander, whatever his name is. Look at him. Look at his hair. I mean, he looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. He actually looks kind of cool. Looking at him again, he looks kind of... But his hair is just insane. He has too much hair. Look at that. Jesus. He actually looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. He looks cool. Actually, no, he looks cool. What's the other... from the Elite Four from like Sun and Moon or something? Firehead... Elite Four. I forgot his name. I think he might have been champion also. Not Flint. Flint is really cool, but not Flint. You guys might be able to answer. And not like Lance or anything. Oh my god. Firehead. Fire. Well, I did type in Firehead. Pokemon champion. What was his name? There's so many cool looking guys actually. They're able to make cool looking characters. That's cool. His hair is wild, but his outfit is kind of clean. Ah, true. I don't know why I put an apostrophe. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm not a grammar Nazi. I'm not even a Nazi. I'm Jewish. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, Alder. Right. Alder. He wasn't from Sun and Moon. What was he from? Was he from X and Y? He must have been from X and Y. Yeah. Alder, I thought... No, he is... Yeah, it's from Unova. He's from Black and White, yeah. Why did I think X and Y? Damn, I gotta replay some of these games, bro. Oh my god. Alder looks really cool. I like Alder. He's a good guy. I see, sometimes I get confused with them. Okay, I don't feel as bad now. They do, like, the red hair is just so prevalent in Pokemon games. Arceus? It's good I healed up a bit, but Jesus, I didn't heal up enough. Okay, Arceus is just a normal type though, right? Oh my god, its base stats are insane. I don't know if I should Dragon Claw for stab damage. I mean, Icy Wind or Dragon Claw for stab damage. I think that's the best bet here. Oh. Thank you. Sorry. Oh, you had to Google it too? Okay, that makes me feel better. It's a freaking Arceus! Oh my god. What did he just use? Bounce? Oh, gravity intensified. Oh, come on, bro. No. No. Oh, okay. We're good. Come on. Do more damage. Crit hit. You useless Pokemon. Just kidding, Luck. I love you. Thank God he used that. Ooh, will I be able to kill here? Oh, yes. Okay. Jesus. RCS has 720 stat. Like, base stat or whatever. However you call it. That's a lot of XP. Jesus Christ. We basically got one whole level up. Possibly more. Yeah, pretty much one level up. Galvantula is the electric bug guy, right? What beats electric bug? Electric dies to ground, bug dies to fire. Ice? Bug is so weird to me. Because ice doesn't kill bug, right? Ice should kill bugs. It's a bug. But yeah, it doesn't die to bug. We have fire flying rock. Let's go with icy wind. I don't know if icy wind or dragon claw is better. I want to get to the point where any Pokemon I see, I know if their physical attack is better than their physical defense and vice versa, or like if their physical attack is better than their special attack, and if their defense is better than their special defense, so I know how to go about attacking them and defending. At that point, I feel like I would be like a Pokemon Pro, but I'm not close to that. Oh God, Jesus! Team Flare has very high level Pokemon. Well, they have an Arceus. You should keep your nose out of adults' business. I do like the designs of most electric type of... Yeah, I really like electric. I think electric and ice are the most... I don't know, the coolest to me. The thing with... do I really... I have no potions, but... I mean, let's be smart. Oh, no! I'll have to go through these every single time. We were just talking about Gorbis before. Shit. I have no potions. I'm an idiot that didn't buy potions. Oh, at least I was able to run away. Okay, I don't think it's smart to run back. Damn it. We're probably gonna have to go up against one of the boss's commanders or whatever. To be honest, I don't mind Team Flare's design. I just don't like their I just don't like that they're all about fashion. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, their hairdo is dumb. I'll say that much. Yeah, Gorbachev. Wait! No. Okay, good. Oh my God, I am not ready. Can you heal up my Pokemon, girl? Oh, I think I might have one potion left. No. Ooh, berries. Its attack stat will increase when it's in a pinch. We're gonna give the Lychee Berry. I normally wouldn't do this, but I think we're kind of forced to here. I don't know what else we could do. Increase our attack and just spam like Dragon Claw. I mean, he's pretty tanky, but this is gonna be probably the hardest battle so far because I'm an idiot that that didn't buy. When I talk too much, I don't think sometimes. Oh, they look so stupid. Arcanine. Okay, fire doesn't do much, and oh, they only have 2 Pokemon. That's good. And it's not a slack off it, at least. Oh my God, you have a Cherubi? You're so useless. You're gonna die. I mean, Ancient Power is physical too. Icy Wind would hit both of them, but I think getting rid of Arcanine here is better. Let me think. Arcanine, like fighting Rock, Dragon, Steel, Fairy. I mean, I don't think they'll have any super effective attacks on us, but Arcanine's just the most scary. Oh, Helping Hand. What does Helping Hand do exactly? It powers up the move? Why didn't you die? Yes, kill Cherubi. Slack out this power. I guess I wasn't too worried about... Ooh, Breloom. I wasn't too worried about Slackoth because it's a Slackoth. It's not evolved, but Arcanine is evolved, so that's kind of what got to me. I'm going to do Icy Wind. I think Icy Wind will take out Arcanine. It doesn't... Yeah. Okay. I think that was good. Now it doesn't matter what Breloom attacks. We should be good here. Oh my god. How much XP? Oh, we're in desperate need of another Ice Pokemon. It's getting really dangerous. I hope they're the last people. Or I hope she at least heals our Pokemon right now. Can you heal my Pokemon? Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Latiasite, useless. I wish I picked up. I wanted more of this 3D style. Yeah, I was also surprised that 3DS didn't have any 3D. Like, it wasn't really 3D aspects, you know? Do I have to verse him right now? Temp Flare? Ooh, it doesn't matter which fossil we get because it's random. So, or it should be theoretically random. So, we'll take the draw. It doesn't matter either way because the Sail fossil is Aurora, which is an ice Pokemon. So this might actually, I might have made the dumbest mistake if it's not randomized. So I should have taken that one just in case. Oh my god. You're right. If it's not random, I did goof. The thing is, like, I try to, when I do randomize Nuzlocke, I try to randomize everything. The problem is, that's not how reality works a lot of the time. Oh, is this is not an exit. What happens most of the time is, oh no, I have to go through everything again? No, there must be an exit. Oh. My guy's almost dead. She doesn't even heal my Pokemon. Yeah, I goofed a lot on this run. I'm not gonna lie, but what I was trying to say is, oh, there are no Pokemon in the way this time. Nope. I'm just gonna assume that's the wrong way. What I was gonna say is, oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't even remember what I was gonna say. Ugh, Emolga, get out of my face. It might just be worth it to kill it. I mean, Luck is insanely tanky, but thankfully we could get away. Oh, yeah. So when I usually randomize, it's depending on the randomizer and the game I'm randomizing, different things could happen. So that's why I wasn't sure if the fossil would be... Oh, a fossil Pokemon. If the fossil would be randomized. Armaldo could actually be annoying with rock moves, but we're level 21. We should be faster, yeah. We're good. What's going on? I'm goofing. That's what's going on. Bro, I don't remember the right way. Oh! Is that the way out? Let's go. You gotta work in like 6 hours? Alright. Nice meeting ya, Uchiyama. And thanks for the luck. I'll need it. And I'll see you next time. Have a good one. It was nice meeting ya. Okay, now I don't want to screw anything up. I don't think okay, I could go behind her. Good. Whew. Let's go back. Ooh, okay, we should be able to run away from wild Pokemon now, though. I think. I love how he walks. Like he got a big booty. Look at that booty. Anyway. Ice Pokemon? What the? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Yo, if I catch this, the run is kind of set in stone. But if I don't catch this, the run is over. Oh my freaking god. Okay, Prince, what do you suggest I do? Should I attack it with an Ancient Power? I don't think Ancient Power will kill it one shot. Oh, no, it will, because it's 4 times weak, right? Shit. It might kill it. Maybe I Dragon Claw it? I know, my health, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it probably doesn't have crazy moves. This is so hard. Ancient Power will either kill it or... Yeah, I think it will kill it. The thing is, if I can't catch it now, I can't catch it for the rest of the run. And I need, like, strong Pokemon. I'm going to try to Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw with stab damage, and we're a couple of levels higher. I think we should be able to do good damage. But not too much. Ice Shard... Okay, didn't do much. Oh, I'm so happy I didn't. Okay. I think that was okay. Now, I'm an idiot. I could have Icy Winded as well. Because ice against ice is neutral. I forgot about... Oh no, it's half. Okay. So I Icy Wind might be the right thing here, but I'm not gonna try it yet. I don't know if I have enough Pokeballs though. I didn't expect... Okay, I have 19 and a Premier Ball. Come on. I should have used Icy Wind, possibly, yeah. I'm not sure, because it's 1/2 damage. It's just, if I crit it, I'm never going to forgive myself. Oh, I forgot I had my berry. Oh no, it raises my attack! No! Now I might actually kill it. I should have used Icy... Yeah, I should have. I mean, who knew how much it would have done, right? Okay, Premier Ball. I think I could tank one more hit. Come on, it's a freaking Premier Ball. No. I have 2 choices here. I could run away, possibly dying to a wild Pokemon. Or I could throw a Pokeball. Because remember, I might not be faster than wild Pokemon. Or I could throw a Pokeball. And if it doesn't catch, then the run's over. Kill it or run? Why? Why, Articuno? Why didn't I just buy potions? Oh, I'm not ending this run for you. Yeah, I have to run. It's like, to preserve the run, I have to run. Lol. Wait. I can't catch Articuno, but technically I can. Just because I encountered him doesn't mean I can't catch him later, right? No, but I'm going to say that I can't catch him. I have to edit the rules. Oh my god, bro. So unlucky. The second Uchiyama leaves too. What are the odds? Oh my god. What a stupid route. Why does it take so long to get to that stupid area? You know, if I did some research beforehand... No, not even. Because I just forgot to buy potions. I didn't even, like... I thought I had enough potions. I thought I would verse the second gym, to be honest. That's why, but... You should have decided all this before a run. Hey, I decided a bunch of the rules, okay? I forgot one thing. Cut me some slack, friends. Yeah, but it's... Let me see. So, only ice Pokemon can be used. Duplicate Pokemon or Pokemon of the same evolution line cannot be caught or used. I'm gonna count it as a duplicate Pokemon. That's how I intended it, to be honest. I just changed that in my mind right now because I want to get an Articuno, but no, I can't catch him. Jesus Christ, we barely survived. Oh my god. We need to find another ice Pokemon. And we need to buy everything. Oh, we have access to Great Balls now. That's so annoying. Alright, let's be careful with our money. Let's buy 10 Great Balls. And we'll go with like 8 super potions. One of the most important things, antidotes. We're buying like 5 antidotes. I'm not risking my I'm not risking a run on antidotes. I like buying 2 of each of these just in case it happens. Escape rope is obviously important. And we'll buy 1 repel. Yeah, that looks good. I bought. I still have to be overall good though with everything I have. You know, we possibly could have caught it if I had a great ball. But you know what? It makes the run more interesting. Like, honestly, it would be much more easy if I did plan everything out. No, Prince? I feel like it's a bit more interesting in a way because it makes it like more content, more interesting by how dumb I am. You know what I mean? Maybe you disagree with that, but... okay. Now we just have to go this way. Oh, and I'm an idiot. I should be looking at the town map at least. Oh my god. It's such a small... It's so small. It's what she's... Oh, it's so hard to look at. I don't even want to look at it. Okay, we should have enough balls for now. I think the next area is going to be the next gym, so... I really want to catch another ice Pokemon before that. Oh yeah, let's save. What an unfortunate save. Like, stuff happens, which is pretty cool is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Okay, I don't want to verse this. Oh, I already versed that guy. Okay, and, I don't think strength is necessary here. I could be wrong. Strength might be necessary here. I don't think so, though. Totodile. I get excited when I see blue because I'm like, blue equals, you know? Oh, God. Blue equals ice. But it's not. Okay, I'm assuming... Oh, I'm an idiot. I literally went the wrong way, didn't I? Yep. Wild Pokemon are actually good. Golduck. Another blue Pokemon. Jesus Christ. I think what we're going to do for the rest of today is look for another ice Pokemon and freaking catch it. We're also a high level, so we have to be careful not to kill it. But I think that's what I'm going to do. I think also we have to go back in this cave to gain access to that area. I don't remember. Zubat Cave. I already forgot. Seems fair. You got like 20 minutes. Yep. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was right. So I'm a genius. I have to go here. Which is kind of cool, to be honest, that they separated by 2 different caves. I mean, I want to get to the next city at least, but... Okay, we have to have... He can't be too high. Oh my god, 4 Pokemon? Are you kidding me? This is... okay, after this battle, that's it. I'm grinding until we get an ice Pokemon. I think that's the only... that's the only possibility. He's a fighting type. Shite. This Pokemon looks so dumb. It's just in its underwear. And it's only level 12, so I shouldn't get too much XP from it, but... Yeah, because it's not that I'm in the gym, right? It's the Pokemon I verse has to be... I mean, I have to verse the gym leader at the level cap, so... What type is Drapion? It's poison... Is he poison ground? I'm just gonna Icy Wind, assuming he's poison ground, and Ice kills ground. I forgot. Oh, I guess not, but... Or poison is half... Whatever, it doesn't matter. He died. I'm happy it's sucky Pokemon, because that's the thing with randomizers. With sucky Pokemon, you get less XP. I learned the hard way. The first randomizer I did, I went up against Pokemon that were like... like, you can't expect the amount of XP, you know, that you take. Ice Speed's grass, right? Tangrowth is literally just a grass boy. What? Why didn't Icy Wind hit? Oh, there we go. Okay, we didn't get much XP. That's good. Tangrowth looks like such a dumb Pokemon. IMO. It looks so stupid. Okay, we didn't even level up from that, which is great. No, we need strength. Did I just get stuck? Oh. I thought I just got stuck. Maybe this guy gives us strength?
Hello there.
Hello, Get Good Holy. This is randomized. If you'd like to see the rules, these are the rules. We only have one badge, but it's still freaking very, very stressful. You'll be best off heading back to Route 7, then take the other entrance. Bruh. Are you kidding me? Alright, we definitely have to catch another ice Pokemon. Tyranitar! Oh. Yeah, we could only catch ice Pokemon. And we literally just, yeah, another Tyranitar. We literally just messed up trying to catch an Articuno. First the starter, now here, yeah. He's so lonely. Okay, so apparently there's another entrance in Route 7 without strength. I remember now, you need a Machamp for strength in this game, right? Or is that a different game? Other entrance, is that here? Do we have to go this way? Oh, thanks for the follow. So basically there was an Articuno. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I didn't have enough... Thank you for the follow. I really do appreciate it. But I didn't have enough... Is that a shiny Hippowdon? Or am I seeing things? Jesus, I get so distracted so easily. I didn't have enough potions. I thought the game just crashed. Oh, it's not a shiny? Oh. I didn't have enough potions. Oh, Frogadier. And obviously I can't use potions in battle. And I was coming back from Glittering Cave. And I was on the rock area on Rhydon, or, you know, whatever. And Articuno popped up. And I had no potions. So I tried attacking it. I lowered his health. I threw a Premier Ball. I threw a Pokeball. And it would have killed me. I had 7 health, so I just ran away. Name is Get Good Holy, please. You want me to call you Get Good Holy every time? Okay. Of all the times for a monotype, you had to choose ice. Well, because winter, like Christmas is coming up, so I thought it was good. Draco Plate? Get Good Holy? That takes so long to say, but I'll do it for now. I might forget in the future, but I'll do it for now. Because I'm a nice guy. Alright, let's see. An item to be held. Yeah. I mean, we're getting all this stuff for him. We got Dragon Claw too. We just got Draco Plate. Items are randomized, I'm pretty sure too, so that's just really awesome. I'm happy I explored that area. My name is God, like this one. Streamer, name me my name. Beat the second gym solo. Oh, so can I call you God then? Or wait. Okay, Get Good Holy. Beat the second gym bet. Okay, I'll call you God. Beat the second gym solo. Okay, this is considered Route 8. Where am I supposed to go for Route 7? I don't want to beat the second bit solo, because I don't even know if... I might pass the level cap. I'm going to look for another ice Pokemon for now. You can watch. KK. Do I need to... Oh, I need to use Cut. No. Do I have to teach him Cut right now? No. Is this the only way? Oh, that would be so dumb. I really hope that's not the only way. I don't want to teach him Cut. Wait, I remember in one of... I don't know why I'm saying wait. But I remember in one of the games, you could teach Cut... You could teach Cut... And it works like as a TM. Like, you could replace it with with. So, can you do that in this game? I don't remember. Well, let's test it out. I saved right before this, so. No, I don't think. Luck is not on your side today. Luck, well, his name is Luck. But Luck is okay. I mean, the 6th reset, we got an Ice Pokemon as a starter, and it was a legendary. I just made dumb mistakes. So, it's fine. I'm going to take out Dragon Claw because we could replace Dragon Claw. So, I just want to see if I can now teach Dragon Claw Overcut. If I can't, then... okay, so you can. So I'll take out Imprison. I'll take out Imprison for now. What were you to other Pokemon? What was I to other Pokemon? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I mean, this was the only Oh, the other Pokemon I got were not Ice Pokemon. It has to be an Ice Pokemon. So, oh, look at that. That looks so cool. Yeah. We got a Glalie, but I forgot to nickname it. And according... I didn't even need to do that. Okay, I saved. That wasn't cheating. Don't worry, guys. This is where I saved. How am I supposed to progress from here? I mean, to be honest, this is perfect because I might as well spend this time looking for a nice Pokemon. For the next 9 minutes. In 9 minutes, I end stream. Get good, holy. Sorry. I apologize. I usually stream 9:30 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Eastern, so that's why. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, I could speed it up too. I forgot about that. So we're going to speed up looking for Ice Pokemon here. I don't want Kyurem to be too high level, and one guy is just not enough here. Should I go back to that other area? I can't catch Articuno, but it must have been like a 1% chance to pop up or something, because... Yeah, sorry if it's a bad time for you. Again, Frogadier, yeah. And Jigglypuff keeps popping up. Let me try a different grass area before this one. Again, Jigglypuff, yeah. Bruh. At least there's some sort of fast forward stuff here, you know? Pifas. Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I thought Frogatier was ice type. Nah. Frogatier is water fighting? Hello. How are ya? Unfortunately, I'm ending stream in like 7 minutes, but welcome. Thanks for the follow. Delcatty. That's a sign at this point. Frogatier is just water. Oh, is he? Well, Greninja is dark water? He's not fighting. He's dark water? What is he again? Water dark, I think. Yeah. Greninja's water and dark. Okay. I actually corrected myself before reading chat. Piloswine! Let's go! Let's go. Wait, I have to be careful not to kill him. I made way too many mistakes today. We're not gonna kill him. Okay? He evolves after learning Ancient Power too. And Mamoswine is in this game, right? So... Oh, that's great. Mamoswine is pretty tanky. So he has bad special defense, higher defense, and... He's a ground... Oh, I don't know which ability he has. So I don't know exactly what... Icy Wind might be good here. Dragon Claw is definitely not good here. And Ancient Power would kill. Or we could just throw a Great Ball and see what happens. Icy Wind. Its name shall be God. Yeah, I might name it God. Spam balls. Yeah, the first thing I want to do before anything is I want to throw... I don't want to... I've had it before where chat told me, ooh, use this move, and then it crits and kills the guy. So first, I just want to see, you know, Great Ball, you know? Maybe it'll work, you know? Oh, yeah, I have it sped up. Oh, he used Endure! Oh my god, yes! Oh. Is that his only move? Her only move? Oh my god. Now I kind of wish I used Dragon Claw, but you know what? Great Balls should be fine here. Great Balls should be fine here. Yes. 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 Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. We got Piloswine. Hell yeah. Oh, freaking luck's still going up levels. Chill out, bro. He wants to learn Ice Beam. What a way to end the stream. Oh my god. Ice Beam is better. I don't need to check it, right? Like Icy Wind, I'm assuming doesn't. I don't remember how much it does, but like how much does Icy Wind does 55 damage? Okay. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, it actually tells you. Okay, good. Yeah, it's 90 with 100 accuracy. Gee. I had to double check because, you know, different games are different. My girl said I had great balls. Nice. Okay, let me not forget to freaking nickname the stupid Pokemon. Okay. I screwed up so badly here last time because I'm an idiot. I tried to put a capital and I didn't nickname God. We'll go with God. Capital G because it's the real God. Because Get Good Holy wanted it. Oh my god, that is so good. Leaf Stone, pretty useless. But you know what? What a great thing to happen. Okay, God definitely needs to heal up. I think we're gonna go back and heal up this way. I don't want to run into a Pokemon battle. I'm gonna save in case I do something dumb by accident. You know, no one has to talk about it. You gotta make sure they both alive. Yeah. I mean, the only thing is, I'm not as... The only... Thanks. Nothing happened, guys. Don't worry. Once you become a legit god? No. I mean, maybe. What was I saying? The only thing is I was worried with luck, or not the only thing. The biggest thing was I was worried luck would over level. Now I'm not really worried about that. I forgot about the double battle. Whew, that was close. No one saw anything. Oh my god. Oh, I should add him to the bottom too. Piloswine. Piloswine. Miltank from the last Nuzlocke. Let's get Pilo in there. Big boy. Look at him. Big old boy over here. Oh, I feel good. I feel good about this run. This is our first legit run, and it's looking good. My girl said I had Iron Balls. It's kind of funny because I just picked up Iron Balls. It's a good one. All right. So we got Mamoswine or whatever, right? We got Kyurem. We got Articuno. Well, we didn't get, but... We still have access to a good amount of ice Pokemon. It's not the end of the world. I think we versed her, but let's just go on the outskirts here. Ooh. Oh, we have to go this way. Oh my god, I figured out where to go. I remember getting lost in the original game too for this. Sometimes I feel like everything is going right now. Killua is Kyurem. Oh my god, Killua would have been an amazing name. You're right. Killua is one of my favorite characters from that anime too. Shit, what's it called? I'm blanking. Should I sell my Pokeballs for the great to have more Great Balls? I might do that. All right, let's see if he has any other moves aside from Endure. Okay, thankfully he does. He has Powder Snow, which is decent early on, and pretty much nothing else. Let's see if we could teach him something. Of course. Well, I finished Hunter x Hunter, like the anime. Manga I haven't watched. No spoilers, please. Spoilers and you're banned for life. So, but yeah, the anime I watched. Return. The more the user likes the person. Rock Smash. Rock Smash might be actually good for. Rock Smash might actually be good for type coverage. Actually, I didn't think of that. Let's see how Rukuru plays. The old version or the newer version? I only watched the newer one. I was like, it's good. It's like the real anime. Nice. Yeah, I only watched the newer. Hunter x Hunter. From my understanding, the older one was. It looked pretty much similar, but it's darker a little. I think, right? Do you guys have any opinions if you watched both of them? Oh no, some other anime was. Oh, Full Metal Alchemist. The older one was darker. But that's what it was. But I didn't watch the older one for that one either. This weekend's electric type moves. Electric type moves kill water ice types. They kill flying ice types, but we don't have Articuno, so Delibird is our only other type here. Yeah, we don't really need to worry about electric moves, so I think Mudsport's kind of useless here. Obviously, we could take out Mudslapper and Dur, but you watched that anime too? I watched a little. It's good. Yeah, I really like it. It's really weird, but it's also a good anime at the same time. IMO. I can't believe we found Dragon Claw though. That's so freaking good. Oh, I'm feeling so like excited. Hopefully, usually at the beginning of streams or beginning of like for the Pokemon, I screw up. So hopefully I don't screw up this time, but we'll see what's happening. No ad. Okay, we're gonna save here. Let me just save here. And what do you think is better, Dragon Claw or Dragon Rage? Earlier on, I think Dragon Claw is better. Dragon Rage always does 40 though, which is really good until you get to like level 20. So that's really good, which I happen to do. But I think Dragon Claw is better. All right, we're gonna end stream there. Thank you all for watching. It was nice meeting you, God. We're not gonna raid because I'm lazy, but
See you next time.
have an amazing one. See ya all. I wanted to stop the ad from going because I could snooze the ad like once or twice, 3 times during the stream, but I missed it. You got an ad? That sucks. Get good, Howley. Sorry, bro. Have a good one, though. I'm just typing it out. Have a good one. Wait. I want to do the thing. I want to do the thing.